welcome to Possible Coin. I am Brian Cartwright, and I am joined today by professional fighting game scientist Rocky Hardy.
Hey, yeah, that's me. What's up?
And I am joined by trash food enthusiast Tegan Somerset.
Hey.
Excuse me, she's a Zelda historian?
Yeah, I'm the Zelda historian this week.
Okay, so you're saying you're not a trash food historian?
Well, that is true, but during the time of E3, I would like my official title to be used. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you can be a trash food enthusiast like 11 months of the year? Is that what you're hearing? Okay.
I'm a trash food enthusiast literally every show that isn't E3, and then E3, I am the Zelda historian. That's how it is.
We're a podcast about video games.
It's true.
Normally, we would have some 3 to 8 minute digression here where either a man breaks into my house or we talk about food or whatever the fuck, but it's E3. So there is a massive amount of stuff to get to, and I think we want to make sure we give it all justice. So
for the folks at home who are into video games but maybe don't know what E3 is the Electronics Entertainment Expo, also known as Video Game Christmas. But this year, we have a very special set of circumstances that began last year when everything went virtual. Mom and Dad are fighting, and so now we have 2 separate conferences occurring at the same time, and we're covering them both. But they're both during E3 week. So it's E3 and the Summer Games Fest.
Like WrestleMania week, there are shows that are popping up at the same time to just take advantage of the timing, which are on paper associated with neither of these events formally.
Yep.
But it's fine. They know that people are paying attention because they're doing their thing now, and it works, and we don't mind.
They're also being really respectful and, trying to not overlap with each other. There are some things that are going to happen this coming week, or I guess after this aired, that is not the case. But for the most part, they seem to be respecting each other's schedules.
I think that before we dive into individual shows,
we should let the people know how our timeline is working this year. We're only covering game shows this year that have aired so far through June 12th. You'll get Sunday through Thursday, the 13th through whatever Thursday is, the 17th. You'll get those shows next week. So as of recording, we have not seen Nintendo, Xbox, Square, none of that. We're only doing the first half of the conference.
Before we dig into any individual one show, I just kind of want to take y'all's temperature on what you've in general watched so far. How do you feel about these shows this year? Last year was a horrible death march as we sat there being marketed to for 3 months because nobody could figure out what the fuck was going on because of COVID. And the year before, felt like everybody was pulling their punches because they knew that the next year was new box year. So how does 2021 feel so far to y'all?
It's better. Even though we have 500,000 shows to cover today, let alone the ones that we're going to be covering next week, I think that it's better than it was last year, having a weird random showcase every week for months on end.
Right.
I like having them all tight in one space.
I think this is a good year for video games in general, and not necessarily because of next gen. Actually, I think next gen is probably one of the furthest things from my mind right now. I think the industry as a whole has learned its lesson from last year, maybe even a couple years before that. I think these presentations are engineered to do something a bit more specific, which is nice. It looks like they are a bit more cognizant of their audience, and there are very different audiences across shows, because not everyone's stuck watching the same feed anymore. And I think they're paying attention to that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call out.
It's almost like being online has made it better.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there's a lot more audience specialization, and I think that's been really, really good. So I think we talked about wanting to go in something that looked like chronological order. So I think that means that the first thing that we would talk about is Playdate's video presentation.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Man, I am so excited for Playdate and what the folks at Panic are doing.
What's a Playdate?
Let me ask you a question also, Brian, after you answer what's a Playdate. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the Playdate?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Playdate is a handheld video game console. It has a vertical form factor.
A what?
Sorry, what? Tegan, you have a question about what's a vertical form factor?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Does that mean it stands up? Or just that it's long instead of wide?
A vertical form factor means that your control inputs exist underneath the screen instead of on either side of the screen.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I had no idea. Cool.
Okay. So it's got a vertical form factor. On its face, all it has is a D-pad and a and B button. But on its side, it has a analog crank. No, not an analog stick, a crank. The display for the console is a 400 by 200 pixel depth black and white screen for rendering 1-bit output. Man, and I couldn't be more excited for this thing. So I guess in answer to the question, how excited are you for the Playdate on a scale of 1 to 10? I think this is Brian's first 10 of the year.
Okay. How excited were you pre this specific presentation? Was it still a 10, or has it ascended?
It has ascended. It was probably sitting at like a 8 or a 9, but the presentation was just like so good.
Okay.
There were lots of things that they said. There were lots of things that they showed, which I think shows that Panic, the folks who are making the Playdate, specifically understand some of the marketplace challenges which they're encountering launching this thing. One of the things I was most nervous about going into this thing, because I knew I wanted one going into the show. I was there to get all of the hard deets. One of the things I was worried about was, like, am I going to be able to even get this thing at all? Because I remember last year, like, there's a company called Analog, and they were making a thing called the Pocket, and they literally sold out of all the inventory of Analog Pockets in pre-order in 90 seconds. That was the thing that happened. So I was like, the Playdate seems neat, but does the Playdate exist in some kind of, like, hypothetical thought space where I won't be able to get a Playdate? Because, like, I haven't been able to get a PS5, or I haven't been able to get an Xbox Series X. Like, the parts shortages are real. One of the things that Panic said, which I really appreciated, was like, hey, we're going to sell this thing in open pre-order. So, like, the earlier you order your Playdate, the earlier you'll get your Playdate, but we're not closing the door on anyone. In fact, they even specifically use the language, we're not closing the door on anyone.
Ooh, okay. That's really neat.
Yeah. I think that's a really good idea. I think it will, like, deter predatory resellers from targeting the Playdate, because, like, what's the incentive for them to do it? The way Playdate is being sold is that when you buy a Playdate, as part of your purchase price, which is $179, you're going to get all of what they call Season 1's games. Delivered via Wi-Fi to your Playdate each week will be games. And during the presentation, they're like, hey, the total number of games that you're going to get as part of Season 1 is going to be 24 games. So over the course of 12 weeks, you'll just get like 2 games a week pushed to your Playdate, which sounds pretty exciting. There was a very, like, laid-back vibe to the show. They're like, hey, are you going to love all 24 games? You know, like, probably not, but, like, will you have fun exploring all these games? Absolutely. And we're pretty sure there'll be stuff there for you. And I'm like, yeah, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. They showed this, like, cute little dock for the Playdate that you stick your Playdate on it with a magnet, and it's a charging station. So when your Playdate is attached to it, it charges. And also, while it's attached to the dock with the magnet, it has stereo speakers on either side. They're like, yeah, so we figured it'd be fun with the dock that we'd make a cool beach music app for, so that way you can, like, listen to fun summertime vibe music on your Playdate when it's charging. And then just, like, the goofiest selling feature, like, yeah, and the dock's also got a pencil holder in it. You're going to get a pen when you order the dock. I'm just like, this is all so silly and goofy and warm, and, like, I appreciate the vibe. A phrase that I think y'all have heard me use on this show before is Nintendo weird. You know, like the way Nintendo feels when Nintendo is being weird.
Mm-hmm.
And there was very much that kind of energy to the showcase. One of the things they gave insight into was development for the Playdate. They said that the SDK is coming soon for all developers. Like, you can get the SDK if you want it. But in addition to the SDK, they're also rolling out a tool called Playdate Pulp, which is a browser-based web development tool for Playdate. So that way, if you're interested in making a game for Playdate, you can do so like with nothing more than like a web browser. You'll be able to compose music, design pixel art, create AI scripting routines, and assemble a game in a web browser. Something that feels like a Super Mario Maker or Game Maker Garage for this like little device. And I was like, that sounds really cool. Like, what a neat thing. They gave a lot more attention to who exactly is developing for Playdate on this show. And there were definitely a lot of names that like caught my eye. And I was like, wow, that person's developing for Playdate? That's really exciting. Names that jumped out when they were like running down some of the various developers were Diego Garcia, Samantha Coleman, Keita Takahashi, Chuck Jordan, Zach Gage, Shuhai Labs, Bennett Foddy, and Lucas Pope. Definitely like a pretty star-studded list there. And even like some of the games that just like grabbed my attention in their like rundown of like games that would like be included in season 1 and beyond. And they also mentioned like, hey, there will be additional seasons, but there'll also be like kind of like a storefront. So there will be ways to like get games onto your Playdate beyond season 1. Some of the games that they showed that like stood out to me was there was a game called Crankin's Time Travel Adventure, and that's about a robot who keeps on falling asleep and missing his appointments. The robot is controlled with the D-pad and B&A, but you have the ability to advance and rewind time using the crank on the side of the Playdate.
Okay, that's cute.
Yeah. And so like that one seemed really cute. That's from Keita Takahashi, who is like best known for being the guy behind Katamari. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, this game looks adorable. There's a game called Lost Your Marbles, and that one really jumped out at me. It's this like visual novel about trying to get to your town's festival, but like a lot of the gameplay mechanics, which is like stitching the story together, mm-hmm. is like a game of like shooting marbles. So you have this like narrative adventure, but a lot of the mechanical components are accomplished through shooting marbles. And I was like, that also seems like very, very innovative to like combine like a marble game plus a visual novel game. I love like creative genre blending. The Saturday Edition is a traditional, like, I want to say like LucasArts style adventure game. And it's about this guy who always seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and gets blamed for everything. Like, you're kind of like following his story. And speaking of like adventure games, there was also a game that got shown called Sasquatchers. And that is an adventure game from the lead writer of the Sam & Max series. So that seems very exciting. Whitewater Wipeout is a surfing game where your surfing is partially controlled through the crank. You're controlling it using the D-pad and the crank. That one's being developed by Shuhai Labs, which has for decades only developed for Nintendo platforms. Their first game that was not for a Nintendo platform was last month, which was car snowboarding for Oculus Quest. So it's wild to see like divergent directions for development for them, supporting VR and then supporting this like cute little black and white handheld. And one of the things that they mentioned is that with like the model of season 1 being 24 games with 2 games a week, they said, we're not going to tell you what the order that you're going to get the games is in, but one thing we will tell you is that Whitewater Wipeout is a game for week 1. When you get your play date, one of the games that you'll be playing on the first day is Whitewater Wipeout. And so like, I'm very excited to play that. It looks cool. I'm a big fan of sports games that do like, you know, like extreme sports or alternative sports. Like, they've been fun for almost as long as they've been in development. If you go all the way back to like California games for like the NES, it's a fun subgenre. And the presentation on this looks really good. The other like giant standout was a game called Mars After Midnight from Lucas Pope. And this is not part of Season 1. Mars After Midnight, like what they showed, appears to be a game about being a doorman at a nightclub on Mars. And what was happening was, like, somebody would, like, hammer on the door because they want to come in, and then you open, like, the peep to look out the door to determine whether or not whoever's knocking on the door should be let in. And, like, the gameplay sequence that he showed was what was happening at the club that night was a support group for Cyclopses. And so you would open the peep to determine if the person is a Cyclops, and so therefore should be let into the support group. And so you're kind of like peeping up, peeping down, looking side to side to determine if the thing through the eye hole, in fact, only has one eye and is therefore a Cyclops. Lucas Pope is a very, very talented developer. He is the developer behind Return to the Obra Dinn and Papers, Please. And so, like, he has traditionally been somebody who creates, like, very narratively rich and mechanically deep experiences. And he talked a little bit during the Playdate showcase and said that one of the things that he wanted to do with Mars After Midnight was to create a game that he thought would be, like, satisfying to play with his kids. And I think that's, like, really, really interesting. Like, one of the things I liked overall about the Playdate showcase is that developers for years have enjoyed the idea of thriving under constraint. Like, give me fewer tools and I can do more. And just seeing, like, the amount of, like, really, really interesting and really compelling developers who are, like, flocking to making something for this thing. Because, like, Panic is an established company which has been around now for over 20 years and has a firm place in both product tool development pipeline for both PC and Mac. So, like, they're not going to fold tomorrow. You know, this is not a case of, like, Ouya. And the tool set and the hardware are interesting to them. It really feels like if Nintendo had been willing to go full weird after the original Game Boy, you know, because, like, they didn't really start to, like, let their hardware get weird until the DS, when they're like, hey, you fold this thing. It's like a book. The Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance feel like more like prescriptive and traditional advancements from the original Game Boy. But this feels very much like a Game Boy with a crank on the side. So, like, it's very, very interesting to me. But I've also been just, like, rambling on length here. So I want to, like, pull to the side and get y'all's thoughts and what you think.
I think it's cool. There's a new player in, like, the hardware space, because there probably should be more of those, just in general. Because when Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony fuck up, and, like, there's no alternative, then that just means we get fucked, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. I do like that there's, like, a buy-in that kind of gets you a season pass for a large series of games. I do like the $179 price point, especially for Season 1, even though, like, it's obviously at some sort of loss. But I think that that is a really good deal, especially for people who are, you know, even on the fence about the Playdate. It seems like they're actually delivering a good product. One thing that I am remiss that you didn't mention is that Panic, while they are very involved in hardware, they are also a very well-storied publisher. I believe they were involved with the release of, like, Untitled Goose Game, which is a game that simply got in front of the right people and, like, became viral on its own, even beyond, like, the normal video game playing audience.
Yeah, like, Panic is an interesting company, and they've only really recently, since 2016, started putting focus on video games as a company.
That's true.
Yeah, Untitled Goose Game is their most recent publishing effort, but before that, they published Firewatch for Campo Santo.
Right.
A huge game that really took off in 2016. As I mentioned, they've been around since, like, 99. What they've done before 2016 was, like, focusing on creating development tools and middleware for Mac and PC. Mm-hmm. And they're really one of the most respected publishers in that space. And in 2016, they're like, hey, we have additional bandwidth that we're not using. Let's devote that bandwidth to being a game publisher. And so far, like, they have been extremely picky with what games that they publish.
Right.
Obviously, it's been a good ratio. Like, when the games that you've published have been Untitled Goose Game and Firewatch, it says a lot about like your understanding of quality. Would that be fair to say, Rocky?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You know what I found interesting so far?
What's that?
We've been doing this show for 5 years, and I still don't know, like, any developers or any game studios.
To be honest, Brian has embarrassed me enough on this show that I have decided to start paying attention to them.
Yeah, so Brian, when you were listing all those developers, I was like, okay, cool. Who are these dudes? And then you started listing the games they've done. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, I know that game. It's just interesting. It's just how we interact with the medium that's different.
Yeah, a little bit.
Playdate sounds neat, though. Like, it sounded neat, but it still sounds neat now. There's stuff I don't understand about it still, though.
Okay.
Like what?
So you're getting all these games through, like, essentially wireless download, right? Like everything else?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's small, though. Is it reading all these games from a cloud? Is all your save data also in a cloud somewhere?
I don't think so.
No, it is local. It's stored locally.
You're straight up downloading the games. In fact, I'm not even sure, because they said that since the games are yours to keep forever, that was something that they said in their presentation. That I'm not even sure if they're using DRM.
Right, so like what happens if you run out of room? You get all the games from Season 1, Season 2 happens.
Mm-hmm.
You start running out of room on your system. What do? You just delete the games and then they're gone forever, even though you're supposed to have them forever?
That's one thing I think I can speak to.
Okay.
One of the things on the Playdate is a USB-C port. And they talked a little bit about the USB-C port in the context of Playdate Pulp, which is the making your own game development tool.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But another thing that they said in materials that they released for developers this past week is that the USB-C is good for side-loading games. They're like, hey, do you want to sell a game for Playdate and you want to do it through another platform like Itch? Do you want to sell your Playdate game on Itch? We think that's cool too. You can then like sell the game on Itch and then side-load it through the USB-C port. Also, users will be able to manually control their downloaded content through the USB-C port. So very much like I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, Tegan, I think you are. The experience of like managing the contents of your old iPod back when like the only way you could manage your iPod was through like tethering it to a PC with a wired connection. Be like, I'm going to take these songs off and put these songs on.
Believe it or not, Brian, that is still the only way I interact with my iPod.
Okay.
My iPod still has a wheel on it, like, and a screen. It's got both.
It's a very good rectangle.
Yeah, there is no touch interface on that thing.
Those are expensive iPods now, Tegan.
I know!
People love them clicky wheels.
They do. Okay, so I do have a very, very old iPod. That was the first iteration of the wheel on the iPod. And my dad has an iPod that's even older that has 4 buttons across it. And no wheel. We're old iPod people here.
So you'll be able to, like, manage your downloaded content that way. So that way you won't be in a space where you're, like, say, perpetually downloading something from, like, the Playdate store and then, like, re-downloading it later, whatever you wanted again. Mm-hmm. You can just, like, connect it to your PC or Mac, take off stuff that you're not necessarily playing right now. But something they also did mention is that the storage capacity of the Playdate is such that you'll comfortably be able to hold all 24 of Season 1's games downloaded at once. So, like, if you don't delete anything, you'll have all 24 on there with room to spare.
Okay. Well, that's good at least.
Yeah, and because of the constraints of the development space, that kind of encourages developers to target smaller file sizes, which is also exciting. So do either of y'all think you're going to get a Playdate?
Oh, I might.
I don't know. I don't think I'll get a Playdate, but I might get a Playdate for someone else. Does that make sense?
I think it does. This was one of the shows that I stuck in front of my wife, and I said, wife of mine, watch this show. Because I live in a weird video game vacuum where I have weird old man opinions, and I like video games a lot.
We did have to talk you out of buying a Casio Loopy a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yes, and I appreciate and treasure you both for doing that. But I wanted to get a bead on how did someone react to this show who isn't me? Like when they see the things that this has on offer, and like Beth smiled her whole way through the show. And after it was done, she like looks at me. She's like, "So you can make your own game, so I could make a game about music?" And I'm like, "Yes, honey, you can make a game about music."
That's nice.
That is very nice.
Yes. And so, like, seeing that, like, the way that they talk to people and the types of games that they're showing are connecting with people who don't necessarily exist in what I would call, like, the air quote target gaming demographic.
Ooh, we're going to talk about that. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Sorry, people don't exist.
Right. I think Playdate understands that the people who buy video games are more than, like, shitty cis-man tryhards. And I like that. I am looking forward to buying this thing.
For sure.
Shitty cis-man tryhards are in the minority.
Yeah, and they always have been, which is really funny.
Yeah. They're just a very vocal minority, unfortunately. They're like the very toxic, like, My Hero people.
God. I don't want to talk
They're the
about
same people. The circle of cis-men tryhards and toxic My Hero fans is a circle. But there's, like, a little bit more on the one side because we have to include all the, like, toxic female fans. And NB fans and whatever. You know what I mean.
The cis-man tryhards are like people trying to send back soup in a deli, and the server's like, "Sir, that's not even soup, it's just a can of Axe body spray."
They're like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's. Where did you get the soup?"
I guess if we're going in chronological order, then I think that means that next up we're talking about Jeff Keighley's Magical Kickoff show.
Hey, yeah, we're talking about video games now. Hey! So,
What?
So Jeff Keighley.
Oh,
Real video
Rocky.
games.
So
off.
Jeff Keighley, right, who's the dad and the mom and dad are fighting, has his own show with blackjack and hookers. It's called Summer Games Fest. And
He's our cool uncle now, I think.
I think he is a cool uncle now.
I think legally he has to be our cool uncle now.
He has like an apartment now, you know? There's a pool
Yeah.
there.
It's like a neat studio in like a very modern apartment building. He's paying way too much for it, but like we get to use the pool when we're over there, so it's fine.
Yeah. He's either in shorts and Hawaiian shirts or in a full suit. There is no in between.
Yeah.
Man,
Both times he has shades.
realizing this week that Jeff Keighley is sincere, because that didn't click for me until this week.
Oh, okay.
But, like, that's one of those dawning realizations. It's like, man, he really fucking loves this industry.
Yeah, he loves video
He
games.
would die for this industry.
He might actually, still, honestly. So, he had his Summer Games Fest kickoff, which is his counter to E3, or basically he disagrees with what E3 is doing. And he started a bit earlier. E3 waited till Saturday, so he started on Thursday. And he started with a Gearbox announcement, you know, weird flex, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
The game was a spin-off from the Borderlands series, centering on Tiny Tina, which is called Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, a fantasy, like, reimagining. So it's like a fantasy game, but, like, clearly with, like, Gearbox flavor. There's flying dragons, there's swords and sorcery, and then all of a sudden a dude pulls out a machine gun and he's, like, unloading into this dragon.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It was pretty fucking wild.
You can't bring a gun to a dragon fight. That's cheating.
It's okay. The dragon was mostly fine. It was still a pretty even fight.
Oh, okay.
And this was when Ashley Birch comes out, right? Like, she's...
Yeah, this is when Birch came out. I love Birch. She's great.
Ashley Birch is the biggest argument ever for people of Earth. Please stop dyeing your premature gray in your hair. For the love of Christ, like...
I'm 100% pro gray hair young girls.
The gray looks fantastic. I'm all right. I'm done talking about the gray hair. Rocky, continue.
But yeah, they talked about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which is definitely a spin-off. It is very much its own thing, but they would very much like the people who already play Borderlands to play it. It's supposed to be... It's definitely like, you know, Tiny Tina's, like, you know, presumably working through her issues, but she's also... I'm not even sure she... Like, she's a playable character, but she's also kind of like a narrator, like drawing the story together. So I like to think of it as like Tiny Tina running her own D&D game, but, you know, she throws in guns because that's all she knows. I'm cool with that.
That's fair. That sounds good.
And then we got a very tiny, very powerful Sting for Metal Slug Tactics.
Yeah, we did.
Which looks really, really good. It's being made by Dotemu, so, like, they know what they're doing. I do have some concern. I don't think I'm actually going to buy it, which, like, hurts me. Because MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, who is... I don't know. Would you call him the effective ruler of Saudi Arabia right now, Brian?
No, but...
No, but.
He's definitely swinging it big enough and most terrible enough dick that he... If we're going to like create a ranked list of top 10 shitheads in the world, he's on that list.
Yeah.
Is he like the face right now? He's just like the current face?
Yeah, like the Crown Prince, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
He's the one like getting out there and doing the press.
Right.
Making people think stuff is fine when it's not.
He's also... He's not just like that. He's also just like actively doing terrible shit and like going completely on stuff.
He's
like,
also like very good at wagging the dog. Like,
I don't know what that means.
Wagging the dog means like distracting people with like stuff which is like utterly irrelevant.
Right.
Okay.
Like while he's kidnapping and dismembering journalists in embassies,
right?
He's being like, "Hey, look, women can drive illegally now."
Yep.
And so then, like, while media outlets are like, "See, women can drive in Saudi Arabia."
Honestly, just talking about MBS is like that one episode of Community. I think it's actually called Debate 101, where they just say stuff like, "Man is good, man is evil." And it's like, MBS made it so women can drive in Saudi Arabia. MBS is good. And it's just like,
oh, no.
MBS had a journalist dismembered in an embassy in his home country. MBS is evil. And like, that argument can go on till the cows come home. There's just so much shit on both sides. It's really fucking ridiculous to deal with. But yeah, he owns a third of .emu. So I don't feel great about paying MBS to play Metal Slug Tactics.
That's not even my main problem. He owns a third of .emu, which means he doesn't own 67% of .emu. But he does own a controlling share of SNK.
Yes, he does.
He owns 80% of SNK. Thankfully, it hasn't really come up this week, but like MBS is like, fuck it, SNK needs to make a new Neo Geo. And I know that we're supposed to get like news on that later this year. And I'm like, man, there are going to be some Gen Xers out there who are going to buy this thing, and some of them are going to feel real bad about it when they do any amount of research on this fucking thing.
Right. Like, MBS is smart. He's definitely buying stuff that's like close to nostalgia that people want to like expand. And like, what they need is money, and he can give them that, because if not anything else, MBS has a shit ton of money, and so like, he can definitely fund these projects so that they do crazy shit. And people will be happy if they look at him like in isolation, but like if they dig even remotely into any of these like companies, they'll see like where the money came from.
Do you remember that time MBS?
Wait. So what you're saying is he's actually a real life supervillain, like cartoon supervillain, but in reality.
Yeah, he's like,
this is your next D&D villain.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
I could see MBS and Elon Musk having a meeting on an island shaped like a skull.
Yeah, 100%.
No, they're having a meeting on the moon in their secret moon base. Duh.
They're sitting together in a fucking swamp, like, talking.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Plan to destroy He-Man.
For sure. Absolutely.
God damn it.
Donald Trump Jr. shows up. It's gross.
Who invited him?
Oh God, I don't know.
Neither of them actually invited him. They just
he just always knows, and he always shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
They're just like, well, we sort of respected your father for like half a second.
Hey, either of y'all remember that time that MBS held the entire WWE roster hostage at gunpoint on a plane?
I do remember that, yeah.
Wait, was that a real thing?
That was a real thing. Brian was not riffing.
That was the thing that happened.
I thought that was a fever dream I had.
No, that was a real thing that absolutely happened, Tegan. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck, I guess.
Okay, so anyways, back to the Summer Game Fest. So Jeff Keighley, because he didn't mention MBS, and he's pretty smart now too, he followed up that moment with hanging out with his good friend Hideo Kojima, where Kojima was talking about how his initial game like development plan was about like, you know, just trying to think about what happens in 5 or 10 years and then try to make that entertaining, make that a video game, which makes a lot of sense given the context of his work. But then he says the future is just moving too fast. So like, I can't really make games like that anymore. Like, you know, like everything I try to dream up, it just happens like next week, which has to be endlessly frustrating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they talk about that, and like, I think he drops like 9/11 like 4 times, and you can see like Jeff Keighley like visibly concerned. It's like, oh fuck, I can't tell him to shut up, but he's talking about 9/11 on my video game stream. How is this gonna fucking go? and so like, eventually they make it through that, and then Kojima is like saying like, I can't really show you what's going on with my next project. It's a little too hush hush. And just before we're like, ah, shit, so we just had Kojima talk for like nothing. It's like, oh, but one more thing. And then we get a trailer for Death Stranding Director's Cut.
Oh my god, this fucking trailer.
Right?
They had Norman Reedus as Sam, like, you know, he pulls a box off the shelf, he throws out a bunch of oranges, and he's, like, looking at it, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, get in the box, Norman. Get in the box. What are you standing at it for? And I assume that's what everyone did. I mean, it couldn't have just been me.
But then he did get in the box, but he got in the box the wrong way.
Yeah, he got in it like a cat, instead of, like, you know, like Solid Snake.
Sonic Snake.
Sonic Snake, everybody.
Sonic Snake is my favorite video game character.
Someone make that fan art for us, please. It's ROC, do not steal.
Oh, God. Death Stranding Director's Cut is coming out for PS5. I don't actually remember if it's also coming out for PS4.
No, only PS5.
It is a PS5 exclusive.
Our favorite word of E3.
Honestly, that's a move.
So there was a thing that Kojima said during the interview with Keighley that, like, flat out knocked me on my ass.
Okay.
Which I was like, holy fucking shit, those are words he just said. He said, I realized after my last game that games have to be fun. And I was like, oh fuck. Like,
no. We made him sad.
He did say that. And so it was like after, like, they showed the trailer after that. And so, like, knowing, like, the way the world at large react, like, Death Stranding was an incredibly divisive game. Like, people seem to either, like, love it and champion it and have, like, tons of good things to say about Death Stranding, or be like, what the fuck is this, like, having a backpack full of pizzas falling down a mountain game?
Yeah.
Death Stranding was good, you guys were just cowards.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, and that's basically the defense for, like, most of, like, Kojima stuff. I think that particular comment juxtaposes the work of, like, Kojima versus, like, Yoko Taro. Specifically is that, like, Kojima's work, I wouldn't actually define it as fun. That's not what I would call any of, like, the games that he's ever made. But they are decidedly wild while being interactive. But there are definitely certain things that happen in those games that are just straight up bullshit. Like, for example, in MGS1, which is, like, duplicated in every iteration ever since it was made. Not MGS1, Metal Gear Solid. Is that when you have to fight Sniper Wolf, there is no way to fight her when you see her after she, like, shoots up Meryl, I think. You have to go find a sniper rifle to shoot her with. And depending on your difficulty level, the higher your difficulty level, the further you have to backtrack to actually find the sniper rifle. I do need to double check this because I'm not 100% sure, but from what I remember, the sniper rifle is not available until you see that cutscene. So, like, at the highest difficulty level, which I believe is extreme, the sniper rifle is actually in the first room that you enter the compound on. And so you need to go from where you are, like, a fucking 5 to 15 hours into the game, halfway across it, and you have to backtrack all the way back to the first room after seeing that cutscene to get the sniper rifle, and then go all the way back so you can have your sniper rifle duel versus Sniper Wolf. None of that is fun, but it is crazy, and it is a very, like, memorable experience, and I think it still, like, contributes to a very good video game. But, like, Yoko Taro takes, like, the kind of, like, wild shit that Kojima does, but he also wraps it in, like, holistically enjoyable gameplay experiences.
I think that, like, that quote by him really contextualizes the trailer, because when you see him get the box off the shelf and you see him throw the oranges out, and, like, I'm sitting here, like, trying to figure out, like, why oranges? Like why oranges? You know, like, because it's Kojima, everything has meaning.
Right.
I'm like, so why was it oranges? But, like, when you see, like, you know, Norman Reedus's reticence and, like, hesitance to get in the box, because, like, he plays it all in his face. Like, you realize that this is a Kojima being like, fuck you people, I guess he'll just get a box. Like,
right.
Yeah, like, this is a guy who made his masterwork, made his Citizen Kane. People are like, I just want to sneak around guards in a box.
Right.
And he's like, well, fine. Now you can. I was thinking, like, Metal Gear. The very first shot in the trailer shows like a room in like this like underground like storage facility where you're seeing guards on like fixed patrol paths and there's like very tall like racks in between them so they can't see every few feet, and they're on these like very, very obvious routes, and it looks like the most Metal Gear shit ever, and they start to pull back, and you see Norman Reedus, and you're like, it looks like Metal Gear, and then Norman Reedus is there, and then the box, and it just like...
It looks like Metal Gear, but definitely with like a Death Stranding skin on it. Like, those were Death Stranding guards. That was Death Stranding junk in the back. Like, it's definitely Death Stranding, but also it's definitely Metal Gear. Metal Stranding! Death Gear!
But, like, considering that he had total control over Death Stranding, calling it the director's cut, it's like, well, Death Stranding was the director's cut. He got to do whatever he wanted with it.
Actually, that subtitle, like, I agree that Kojima had, like, complete control. Like, Sony wasn't going to stop him from putting stuff in. But, like, I'm feeling like director's cut is, like, this is every insane Kojima idea that he had.
Yes.
And, like, it wasn't cut down for the game. Because, like, even though Death Stranding was a 60-hour Kojima experience, which isn't actually the norm, like, it definitely felt like it was full of shit. I honestly believe that that wasn't everything Kojima had. Like, I don't believe it. And so, like, I know people who would simply just pick this up because they know, like, all the other extra shit that, like, his team was telling him, I mean, we'll make this, Kojima, but, like, I don't know if this is gonna work in the game. It's like, fuck it, just make it anyways. And then, like, they cut it later. But director's cut, they just put everything in it. Let's go.
I wonder if you fail this boss fight, it deletes save files for other games.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, God. Imagine you just lose a fight and then, like, it deletes your Bloodborne save? God damn. Your new game plus 14?
No! Okay, so, long story short, I guess, move all your save files to an external hard drive. Only save Death Stranding to your main hard drive. Unplug that hard drive before you play Death Stranding. I figured it out. I got the workaround. It's a hot strat.
Oh, man.
Trust me. I can see every equation.
Rocky, what else happened at the Kickoff show?
Oh, Jeff Goldblum was there. He very much had the superiority of a man who believes that video games are a joke.
Yeah, he really did.
Yep. I fucking hated it. I wanted to hit him in the face.
He absolutely condescended to the entire audience.
For people who don't know, while Jeff Goldblum is a very accomplished movie actor, the video game industry has, like, doubled the output, both in, like, cash and, like, product in comparison to movies over the past, like, I don't know, 3-5 years. But Goldblum is, you know, he's definitely here to flex, and he's fucking around, and he announced Jurassic Park Evolution 2, because, you know, he played an iconic character whose name I don't care to remember right now, but Jurassic Park Evolution 2 seems really cool. I remember having a lot of fun with Jurassic Park games, even, like, in arcades and shit, and I think a new Jurassic Park game with this kind of fidelity, in a world where people just acknowledge, hey, dinosaurs are here, and evolution is taken over, and we can't re-extinct them. So now there's just, like, a world full of dinosaurs, and we're trying to deal with that. That could be lit. I think that could be very cool.
And I don't think I've seen somebody treat video games as much like a joke as Jeff Goldblum did since 2016 at the Spike video game show.
Oh, fuck.
When Joel McHale came out on stage and was like, all of you people are losers.
He definitely said that on stage.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Fucking Joel McHale. God damn it.
I remember, like, last year when, like, Joel McHale got re-invited to, like, the Video Game Awards by Jeff Keighley, and he just basically came out and was like, I was wrong.
Yeah, of course.
I was an asshole. I just don't see that moment in Jeff Goldblum's future. I don't see him figuring out that he was a dickhead here this week.
It's going to be like 10 years from now. He's going to look much older. He'll shed a single tear. That single video clip will be nominated for what's left of the Oscars. So after that, we got a Call of Duty Season 4 info, which I don't particularly care about. Warzone's Warzone. It's a beast. It's going to continue moving along. Keighley was trying to press the incredibly capable Johanna Faries, who very much... Okay. Damn it. This is a bit that no one's going to get because neither of you watch Video Game High School. Wait, no, Tegan, you watch Video Game High School, right?
I did not.
Damn it!
I don't watch TV!
It was a YouTube show. Whatever.
Oh.
Anyways.
Now I feel bad. Okay, I'm adding it to my list.
Thank you. You're going to love Video Game High School. But there's a bit that is, like, used across media where they have, like, an incredibly, like, capable middle-aged black woman that doesn't, like, cop to, like, someone who's obviously trying to goad her into doing something stupid. And, like, Johanna Faries was just, like, riposting and, like, deftly dodging Jeff Keighley's, like, attempts to, like, get her to spill about Call of Duty. And she didn't do it, like, and I'm like, oh, I can't say anything about it. Like, she was just like, no, like, you're not going to get anything out of me. And I thought that was really fucking cool. I would love to see what Johanna Faries does next. Do any of you have any comments about this, or do you want to just talk about Ryan Reynolds?
Video Game High School is also on Netflix.
Yes, it is, Tegan.
I didn't know that.
I actually watch it, like, periodically.
I'm gonna watch it. Gonna watch it.
I want to know how you feel about Key Swan, specifically.
I will let you know.
Thank you. Brian, anything on Season 4? Call of Duty? Warzone?
I don't care. Boots still on that ground.
Yeah.
I'm good.
There's going to be more Call of Duty, because I know there's new Call of Duty. There's new Call of Duty every year. I'm just waiting for the new Call of Duty again so that I can bitch about it.
I'm wondering also, because, like, Johanna Faries, like, if I remember correctly, she's been with Activision for at least a couple of years.
Yeah.
And with, like, their new acquisitions, I am interested if she is, like, a focal point of their new PR plan when they actually go Call of Duty full War Crimes Redux. But, you know, we'll get there when we get there.
That's going to be the first instance where you play as a female soldier.
Ooh, God.
I know it. Oh, God. I feel that in my bones. That was a premonition. Apollo just smashed me. God.
I hope they actually use feminist-coded language, like smash the patriarchy or like gaslight gatekeep girl boss, in the trailer.
Yes! Oh, no! And then he's like, oh, God, no. Oh, like, no. She's gonna, like, throw, like, a smoke bomb or something, and it's gonna say gaslight on it.
Oh, no!
Yeah!
No,
yeah!
It'll look like a smoke bomb, but it'll actually be a mustard bomb instead.
Yes! Oh, my God. And then, like, some, like, fence gate is gonna get absolutely blown open. It's gonna say gatekeep, and then she's gonna step out of the smoke, and it's gonna say girl boss. She's gonna take the mask off, and, like, her hair's gonna come out, like, the ponytail is gonna come out, and she's gonna, like, shake her head so that you can see it's definitely a woman. Oh, yeah. My God! Hey, Call of Duty, we got an idea for you. Listen, it's gonna do great. It's gonna absolutely smash your focus test. She's gonna have just enough makeup that, like, it doesn't look like she does makeup, but definitely makeup. Like, mascara, eyeliner, the whole thing.
Yeah. Jesus
good bronzer,
Christ.
some highlight, in the middle of the desert. That's how that works.
Oh, God. And they're just gonna eat up the controversy. They're gonna love it. They're gonna make so much money.
They're gonna hate it. First, they're gonna hate it, and then it's gonna be, like, the best one, because they're gonna get to do all the war crimes, and then they'll love it. That's what'll happen, is they'll be like, why is there a girl in my Call of Duty game? And then it's gonna be like, oh, wait a minute. Now this is cool. So, like, no. Call of Duty's definitely funded by the military, right?
Yeah. Well, like, actually...
Like, that's actually why the military budget is so huge. It's because they're just paying for Call of Duty to be made all the time.
God, that would be something wild in the Pentagon Papers. I don't know.
So one of us has to work our way up through the Pentagon specifically so that we could be like, 50% of the budget for the Pentagon is just spending it on Call of Duty.
No shit.
And Battlefield.
Oh, man, I don't even want to think about Battlefield right now. So Ryan Reynolds showed up, right?
He did.
And, he was joking around. He teased about Elden Ring, which, got people upset in chat. They were like, fuck you, Ryan Reynolds. You know we care about Elden Ring. Why would you do this to us? Then he spent, like, another 5 minutes talking about his new movie, which is where he plays an NPC, like, video game character in, like, a Battle Royale world, where he gets his shit kicked in forever, but once he realizes that he's in a video game, he decides to take over, and he becomes, like, a viral, like, sensation or something. I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. Because Ryan Reynolds, like, usually takes these kind of things that, like, that are kind of iffy, and then, like, turns in decent work, at least when he's in charge. Like, we're not going to talk about Green Lantern or anything.
I think the way we do that is we watch that on the show after it's out on, like, Netflix or Hulu or whatever, and we drink during it.
I'm down.
And we drink during every, like, blatantly bad video game reference.
Ooh, Tegan, I want to live.
I want to see God.
So the next game, Salt and Sacrifice, is getting a sequel. For people who don't know, Salt and Sacrifice is like a 2D Souls-like. Like, you got the dodge rolls and everything, the health bars, the whole shit. It's just like a 2D kind of side-scroller type of game. And you're in a world where you have to kill various, like, mages that are obviously, like, irreparably misformed from their eldritch magic. So if you want to go around, play Dark Souls, and slash up a bunch of nerds, go nuts. It's coming.
I love these devs. I'm just so happy to see them continuing to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, back in the day, when Microsoft made a separate store for indie games called Xbox Live Indie Games.
Right.
So this was stuff that didn't even qualify to get on Xbox Live Arcade. They're like, here's the Xbox Live Indie Games store, and you had to buy indie games with these weird points. Everything was like, had a point value equivalent to like $1, $3, or $5. This dev studio was like the king of the Xbox Live Indie Games store.
Okay.
Yeah, making games like Charlie Murder. They made a game called I Made a Game with Zombies in it. The entire soundtrack to I Made a Game with Zombies in it is just like someone doing like this like very maudlin death metal song where just like saying over and over again, I made a game with zombies in it. But like their output has always been excellent. And like I'm just so happy to see a studio that like started out like having to be like shepherded to the kids table, you know, on Xbox 360, getting like this like showcase moment. It made me very, very happy. That's really all I had.
For sure. I'm glad that you were able to share that moment with us, because I fully expect you to be upset about the Vampire the Masquerade Battle Royale game.
Yes, I am!
Since second Vampire the Masquerade game is late. And we haven't exactly got news about that, but we do know there's going to be a Battle Royale based on Vampire the Masquerade coming.
The number of different ways has pissed me off as a person who's been playing in the Vampire the Masquerade role-playing system now for... going on 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. So, Blood Hunt, which is what they're calling this game.
Right.
In the storyteller system, in the world of Vampire the Masquerade, the phrase Blood Hunt has a very specific meaning.
Mm-hmm.
It is when the prince of a city, when the prince is like, a vampire has violated one of the traditions, and I am now calling for their death, and so I call a blood hunt. So a blood hunt is when one vampire violates the traditions of the Camarilla and, like, their death has been proscribed by the prince. It is not, I repeat, not a stupid battle royale with a bunch of vampires wearing motorcycle helmets.
No, no, Brian, you don't understand. It's a stupid battle royale where the vampires wear motorcycle helmets so they can't get their head bashed in. Because obviously that's the only way you kill a vampire. There are no other ways to kill a vampire. You have to bash their head. Wait, no, that's zombies. Hang on.
Yeah, that's not right. Because stakes totally work on vampires.
It was garlic.
What was this video game?
It was interesting. I was interested. After the werewolf game, like, sure, why not? I'll get the rest of this. I'll collect them all. Where's the Changeling game? That's the one I want to play.
The world is not ready for a good change in the Dreaming game.
Oh, it'll be so good when it is ready, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tegan, are you legitimately interested in this game, or are you doing a bit?
No, I'm legitimately interested in this game. It looked cool. I thought it looked cool.
It does look cool.
I thought it was something that Alex might be interested to play, even though he hates Vampire the Masquerade specifically. It looked neat. Like, the takedowns and stuff looked cool. Brian, if it comes to Game Pass, I will play it. Well, Alex will play it. And I'll tell you all the things that happen in it, and you can tell me everything that's wrong. It'll be so fun. It'll be so fun.
It'd be like if they released a fucking Dungeons & Dragons Battle Royale, and they're like, in the new Dungeons & Dragons Battle Royale, check out all these chainsaws. Just like, why are there chainsaws in the Dungeons & Dragons Battle Royale? It's like, well, what else are the robots gonna hold?
Honestly, I'm pretty sure, is it Wizards of the Coast? That's who publishes D&D,
yeah,
right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm almost certain, like, Wizards of the Coast is just patiently watching Ubisoft's, like, development with For Honor until they glean just enough information to turn it into a D&D game. Like,
you know there's already a D&D game, right? Neverwinter exists.
Right. No, but I mean like a specific like D&D Royale. Like if they mash together, like if they can find a way to reasonably mash together For Honor and like oh no, is it called Spellbound? The like caster like battle royale game?
Yeah, like, you're right.
If they're able to smash those games together into something that works, they're going to do it, and they're going to make a shit ton of money.
The problem is going to be figuring out how to balance like your character's HP, like versus their class.
Right.
Because like sorcerers and wizards are squish.
True. I think like what'll happen is that like if like the whole game starts at like something closer to like level 5, level 10, then like sorcerers will have enough like spells to like compete as long as they don't get rushed down. Mm-hmm. And then they're just zoners, which is a thing that people will bitch about. And then I'll see it on scrub quotes for like 3 months, and then
it'll be great. We'll laugh at them.
Yeah, true. Fucking goddamn it. Okay. Better news. Among Us, Inner Sloth, they announced that there's going to be a huge content update. They're getting new cosmetics, which is fine. They're adding roles to the game, which I'm interested in. And there's a new map that they can't tell us anything about. Beginning of like the types of announcements where they say, hey, there's new stuff, but we can't really tell you about it, which is just going to piss me off about other things later.
I mean, they showed us everything that they were legally allowed to, which was just a button. It was great. I love them. I love them so much. I love that they were like, they scrunched the thing really small, and then they said, this was all I was allowed to show.
Yeah.
That makes me so happy.
Fucking Victoria.
Doing that thing where they're humanizing brands, but like, they cute, so I don't care.
Brian, any words for Among Us?
Are you gonna play with us again and be banana I want to be banana colored.
I think I definitely want to spend some more time with Among Us. Like, Among Us kept on like popping up here and there throughout like the show. They independently did recently make an announcement that Among Us is adding controller support to mobile, which I think is a smart move.
I mean, I did open Twitter for half a second, and Among Us had another announcement today.
Yeah, Tegan, we're in the bubble. Jesus Christ.
I know we're in the bubble, but I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I got excited.
Oh, you think Tegan is out here outside the bubble telling you that there's shit going on with Among Us? I'm not saying I might know what happened.
Brian, I swear to God, okay? Like, I will get off this podcast, get into my car, drive to Arizona, and beat the living shit out of you. I swear to God.
Can I fly? I want to fly down and see that. I think it'd be funny.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna have to wait for my 4-hour flight. Hang on.
No, it's okay. It'd take me about 8 hours to get to Brian.
That's not so bad.
No, Rocky, you're only 6 hours away.
It is 6. Okay.
That's even better. 6 hours is like a day trip, man. You can do that.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Anyways, also we got, actually, I don't think this is the first look ever of this game, but I think probably the first time a lot of people heard of it. Phantom Abyss was shown at the Summer Game Fest Kickoff, which is a game that is a first-person dungeon roguelite platformer. Where there will be bespoke, procedurally generated dungeons where only one person can clear it, and once it's cleared, the dungeon closes forever, and like you have the clout of clearing that particular dungeon. Everyone else that fails along the way are basically like ghosts, like the time attack kind of ghosts, like in Mario Kart and shit, and you can see how they move through the dungeon and where they ultimately failed. And if you're patient, you'll be able to learn from their mistakes and maybe even clear a dungeon yourself.
I am so unbelievably excited for this game.
Okay.
That kind of like precision asynchronous multiplayer experience is like candy for Hitman players. Because Hitman is like very much like in the moment to moment a solitary experience.
Sure.
But like when you do something like, say, like design a contract and put a contract online, there's very much this like how'd he do this kind of moment where you're like trying to figure out like how the person designed the contract, did the thing that he's now asking you to do. And seeing like the kind of just like the variety of movement and the variety of action available to the player in Phantom Abyss, and knowing that like when you defeat a like tomb or temple or whatever, like, and it seals feels like that kind of like moment of pride, just like, oh, like this one's mine, like just something which I don't know if it was mentioned on Summer Games Kickoff or it came at one of the other shows where Phantom Abyss got mentioned, is that like until a tomb gets sealed, you can share that tomb with other players. You can be like, man, I can't get this one. And so like they know that these things are going to be very, very difficult. And so like I could conceivably be like I keep on getting wasted in this thing and like say send one Rocky's way. And if he beats it, he seals it.
Right.
And so like the idea that like these are like shareable play locations until they're defeated, like that's interesting. Like there's so much about it which is just like really, really compelling. Like I'm a big fan of like asynchronous multiplayer experiences, and especially asynchronous multiplayer experiences where you benefit from understanding other players' actions like a lot. Like it's a great call out, Rocky. Like every ghost you see is ultimately a ghost that failed because you wouldn't be in there if they had succeeded.
Right.
And like considering a lot of these temples have like different routes throughout them, like if you do something like following one closely behind, you might have doomed yourself just by like dedicating yourself to following a particular ghost path.
Sure. That's
all exciting to me. Like I'm very excited by this. Plus I love the look. I think it's a very like visually exciting game. Like this got my motor running.
I'm interested in how difficult it'll actually be. I've seen that like devs have actually, at least over the past couple of years, decoupled themselves from the idea of like false like difficulty. Like there are some things that, for example, like Dark Souls 2, which is like not difficult as much as it is like tedious. Like there's just so much shit that's like hitting you, but like once you like slow down your internal like pace, like it just becomes a grind, and then like you can piece your way through it. It just takes longer than you initially expected. And then there's things that like were difficulties like self-selected into, like some of the tougher like raids in like Final Fantasy 14, which are just like really like mechanically dense, but it is still a dance. And so like the fight is ultimately like a knowledge check where like once you know how your character works and what this fight is, you can move through it relatively simply.
Right.
And so I'm interested to see if like this platforming ends up being like an issue of like obstacle density, or if it's like simply a knowledge check, if there is a rhythm that they want you to like get into at a certain point, and how accessible that rhythm is. Because we've seen stuff, and maybe it's the player base, but I don't feel like trashing them over that, so I don't feel like that's real. Where like Destiny or like the Division will enter raids that like with dedicated players, like people, you know, they take off work, they fill their team with a squad that they're confident that they can run over content with. And then like they expect it to be done in, you know, 24 hours, 48 hours. And those times come and go, and they're still like bouncing their heads off of shit because they're not able to piece together the tools that they've been given. And so like right. I'm interested to see how specifically Phantom Abyss approaches difficulty and what kind of tools that they use to like both obfuscate like the correct solution to the player, and whether or not it's like a pleasurable experience or a rewarding one ultimately. But you know, there's more that remains to be seen, but there's a lot of potential in this.
I'm a little worried about how many players are going to bounce off right at the beginning because it's too hard, or because like players who are quote unquote better at games, like they spend more time playing games.
And you just get close out of every dungeon you try.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I'm actually also concerned about that. Like if the Kaizo guys are the only people that win, then like what's the point?
Right.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I think that there's a specific way that video games sell themselves on "fuck you, this is hard."
Sure.
You know, market themselves. And I didn't get that vibe from like any of the shows that Phantom Abyss was at. I didn't get the "fuck you" vibe from the marketing. Like I didn't get the idea like this game will crucify you and then destroy your dead mother's Catholicism. Like I never got that vibe.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got, like, please be patient. Please learn to play this video game. Please, like, observe the mistakes of others. Like, and, like, as a guy who is absolutely terrified of the Dark Souls series, I can't get enough of Hitman, right? And, like, Hitman is very much a game which is, like, be patient. Learn AI routines. Learn what various different characters will do when various different, like, inputs are, like, presented to them. Like,
I do understand that, Brian, but this is also a game where imagine you log on, you start trying a thing, you log off for the day, you log in the next day, someone has beaten that, and now you can't do that contract.
Right.
It's not like the players are getting infinite retries to do it however they want, or however they can eventually figure it out. You could be partway through a dungeon and it just closes on you.
that's where I think that the procedural generation is, like, in their favor. If it's, like, generating new content, like, I'm not going to get particularly attached to the idea of, like, I don't clear this one particular, you know, like, dungeon, temple, tomb, whatever. Like, if I don't clear this thing, then, like, my identity as a person is dead. I think that, like, what I will be more interested in is, like, clearing them in general. Like, with Hitman, like, it's very much tied to, like, particular contracts, particular maps, like, particular, like, say, kill sequences. With this, with Phantom Abyss, like, if I log in the next day and, like, say a particular dungeon has been sealed, cool. Like, I'm happy for whoever did that. Good for them. I will just go pull up one and start fucking around.
Right.
I'm interested to see if your opinion on that changes once you are in there.
Well, we'll find out quick, because it's going into early access before the end of the month.
Right. The combination of, like, the procedurally generated, like, dungeons, but also the fact that there's only one person that can ultimately clear them is tied to the fact that that is, like, the core concept of the game. It does something that's similar to, say, like, Battle Royale games, where everyone's your competition. And so, like, I hope that there is ultimately more to the experience than winning, because especially as time goes on, like, I expect that list to not actually get longer, but maybe shorter. But I don't know, like, specifically. But it's something I want to pay attention to. Summer Game Fest had some other stuff. I don't find them particularly notable. There's some things like Evil Dead, and, Jesus, I can't even remember the other one that I was about to say.
All I want to say about Evil Dead was I really wish I had cared.
Yeah.
Like, I love the Evil Dead movie series. Like,
sure.
If I sit around and I put up together my fantasy list of movies that we would do watch-alongs of, Evil Dead 2 would be pretty damn near the top of the list. But, like, Bruce Campbell just sounded bored.
Yeah. I mean, like, you already got the TV show. Like, they're just doing the game, because I guess, like, that's the next Evil Dead thing to do.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they were about to close the show, but then Jeff Keighley got excited. Like, visibly excited on his, like, weird green screen stage. And he told us that he had one more thing, and he was really glad that he was trusted with being able to share this news. And the news is that From Software was able to announce that Elden Ring is real. It is a real video game. You'll be able to play it early in 2022. I think it's like January, I can't remember if it was January 11th or January, like, 20th, 2022. I have to look at the date again. Elden Ring is a real video game. It's going to be a continuous open world. You'll be able to fully customize your character, but if you don't want to, the default looks fucking sick anyways. And you're going to be able to play in an open, interconnected world, which is essentially Dark Souls with a horse. And all sorts of crazy shit's happening. I saw a dragon catch a lightning bolt and then throw it at the player. What kind of shit is that? Like,
okay, which is more exciting? Dragon catching a lightning bolt or horses that can double jump?
Oh yeah, that horse, like, jump was actually fucking insane. Man, just, like, mounted combat in general sounds nuts.
I looked at Elden Ring and I'm like, there are a whole bunch of people who are going to have a whole bunch of sleepless nights in January. I don't think I'm going to be one of them, but...
I might be. I might stream it, honestly.
That'd be
But
neat.
bless those people. They're going to have a good time.
Hell yeah.
So I think that closed out that show.
Yeah, that was the end of that show.
So, like, literally the next show was Day of the Devs, which immediately followed. I had some concerns going into the Day of the Devs show, because Day of the Devs, it is an event that is put on by Double Fine, and I was concerned that at some point Day of the Devs was just going to turn into, like, another Microsoft showcase. That they would get out there and be like, hey, everybody, check out these fun games coming to Game Pass. Like,
right.
And considering that was never the vibe before, I was like, this is a good way to, like, piss off people, Microsoft. Hands off, don't fuck with Day of the Devs. And congratulations, Microsoft, you managed to not fuck it up.
I mean, the bar was pretty low.
It's true, but Tegan, how often on this show do we say the bar was low and then proceed to talk about somebody who failed to meet the bar?
I mean, that's usually like gigantic corporations and not our cool dad.
So they sent out Tim Schafer, who is, I think, our cool fuddy-duddy professor uncle.
We got 2 uncles?
We have many uncles.
Dad has brothers. It's fine.
Okay.
So, like, Tim Schafer, the face of Double Fine, was there. And I was like, I'm so glad that they're continuing to, like, strongly brand Double Fine around Tim Schafer because it works. Tim Schafer is, like, a trusted voice in this industry. He's a man who keeps his promises and has a cool vibe. So it's good to have him continue to be the face of this show. Like, the first thing that they showed that, like, knocked me on my butt was Axiom Verge 2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I think it's why we don't have to fight bosses anymore. We've advanced past the need for bosses.
Yeah, like, they're like, look, if you want to fight the boss, you can. But, like, you can hack the boss or just run past the boss. Like, and the developer, Tom Happ, was, like, talking about how he's like, yeah, there were lots of people who said that they enjoyed playing Axiom Verge, but when they encountered the first boss, that was the end of the experience for them. And I didn't like that. And I thought that was cool. And the way he talked about the way players could respond to that, I thought was interesting. That, like, essentially, when you encounter a boss, there's 3 possible things you can do. You can A, fight the boss, B, hack the boss, or C, run past the boss. And I thought that was, like, a really interesting way of, like, creating what I would call, like, environmental difficulty changes. Mm-hmm. The way the player encounters the difficulty is, like, really up to the player. Like, I figured that this is something that would, like, really connect with you, Rocky. Like, you're a person who's very much interested in video game difficulty. Like, what do you think of this as a way of dealing with video game difficulty?
I think it's an idea. I'm glad that, like, more people get to play. One of the things that he said is that if you choose to fight the bosses, like, there will be, like, a reward for it. It's not like you're not like a rube for deciding to fight the bosses now.
Right.
I'm actually interested in what it does for, like, speedruns specifically, but also I do want to see people organically interact with the game, and I think that's one of the things that will probably happen more with, you know, those options available. The playthroughs of, like, Eichenfeld that I watched last year, like, I don't think it's a game that I ultimately want to play, but, like, when I saw, like, players where sometimes they're just, you know what? I don't want to do this fight. And they just, like, auto-win the fight and move on. That made sense. That seemed like a real and human response. While I don't think it's, like, my reaction to a lot of things, I do think it's valid.
When he mentioned that you would be able to hack just about every enemy in the game, something that I immediately thought of, like, when he showed, like, the protagonist, like, running along with, like, a former enemy now, like, flying behind them. Mm-hmm. I was like, I want to run into a room with a boss with, like, a swarm of critters behind me. Like, that just sounds like fun, you know? Just, like, showing up, be like, yo, I brought my friends! Just, that sounds like a good time. Like, I loved using Conjuration in Skyrim.
Right.
I know I've used the imagery before. Like, nothing quite like showing up in a room, summoning 2 Dramoras, and then you just start the business of looting, because, you know, the Dramoras are currently fighting. And so they showed some of the hacking interface, and, like, it's very obvious that, like, hacking is also a skill check in addition to the fighting. So it's kind of like you can either run or you can have 2 different kinds of skill check for a boss, like fighting skill check or hack skill check or run. And so, like, I'm interested in that. I wonder if, like, people who don't necessarily want to fight the boss, if their natural inclination will be to run or to hack. But I think that the hacking is interesting. Good hacking interfaces in video games are hard to make. I'm also, like, interested in that, like, Axiom Verge is, like, changing from a Metroidvania that prioritizes projectile weapons to one that prioritizes melee. So this one feels more Vania than Metroid, unlike the last one, which felt more Metroid than Vania. Mm-hmm. Really like the look, too. I like the color palette in the game.
It does look good.
Then this was the first place this week that I saw Death's Door. And, I got to get down on this.
Yeah, Death's Door looks cool.
Yeah, these little crows sing out to make people die. Like, I'm with them. With them. It's got a good vibe. I was absolutely convinced that y'all would see Garden Story and be like, I want to play Garden Story.
I don't know. I saw it last year and it seemed fine, so, yeah.
I don't want to play Garden Story. I saw it during the Wholesome Direct for like a second, and I was like, no. It is cute, but just not quite what I want.
Okay. Maybe this is where, like, each show, like, giving different games, like, room to breathe and rooms to get showcase helped. They really gave Garden Story, like, room to breathe on this show. And, like, one thing that really came across with Garden Story was, like, the weirdness of the writing. And so, like, it had... As somebody who is a fan of the Mother series, Garden Story started to vibe with me.
See, I don't really like that kind of writing.
Okay, fair enough. So, like, it's possible that this is, like, more explicitly, like, my brand of vodka.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So after that, they showed something which, oh, my heart cannot take it. Loot River. Loot River looks amazing. Grueling roguelike built around Tetris. Jesus, like, Rocky, did someone sneak into my brain?
I mean, probably.
They did it while you were playing VR.
Oh, God. Like, when they started showing, like, just, like, that boss fight where, like, the little character is just, like, moving the pieces to avoid the slamming fist of the boss. Mm-hmm. And got off a piece just in time as, like, a boss crushes, so now there was, like, less room to move the pieces around. Less, like, wow! Or, like, moving pieces to, like, break up large groups of enemy. Like, if I get on this piece and I move this piece, then there will be less enemies on that piece. Like, just, like, using Tetris to control flow of enemy movements. Wow. Like, what a cool idea.
It is a very cool idea.
Yeah. There's something about, like, combining these two ideas. Just, like, roguelike dungeon delving plus Tetris. Just, oh, man.
I'm just glad, like, more devs are comfortable with throwing Tetris into their shit. Like, that's cool.
Yeah. This was also the first instance I can think of this year of a presenter just throwing the word fucking into their show. Yeah. This was the first fucking of the year. When they introduced Loot River, they're like, check out this next game. It's fucking cool. I'm like, all right. You know, thank you for the annual first fucking of a show, you know. And then Day of the Devs showed Phantom Abyss. Like, Phantom Abyss is, like, everywhere this year.
It's because it's Devolver.
Yeah, and Devolver's a billion-dollar company that can push what it wants to push. So, and I think by this point I was just like, yeah, all right, Phantom Abyss, day one, you've got me. You have me. But I think we've already talked a fair bit about Phantom Abyss. They showed Road 96, and it was a lot more of an in-depth look that we saw on that Nintendo Indie Showcase sometime back. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that they talked about with the way it works is that, like, it doesn't, like, just say seed the world, like, when you generate a story and then go. Because that was one thing I was curious about, kind of like, if you start a game, does, like, the route for that game exist from the time that you seed it? And the answer is no. It's, like, essentially creating the types of gameplay it offers, like, the type of, like, gameplay interaction it offers you, and the way the plot will progress. And the physical environments are, like, based moment to moment on your choices. So, like, what the ending of each run of Road 96 will be is, like, based on, like, the way you play it through. That seems really interesting to me. They showed that there were, like, a wide variety of, like, different, like, gameplay mechanics. Like, it's even possible that it looks like a kind of, like Guitar Hero style rhythm. Like, any number of style of, like, small discrete gameplay experiences are available in this thing. And they're like, yeah, and, like, what kind of gameplay experiences that you encounter in Road 96 is based on, like, how you touch the game as a player. And they showed, like, a particular sequence where, like, the player was riding with this, like, taxi driver who's seemingly filled with, like, rage issues, and you're like, how do you react to this character's rage issues? Do you intentionally get him more angry? Do you just try and get away from him? Do you try and placate him? And, like, the choices that you make with that driver will then shape your game. And so, like, that was one thing I was worried about when it was introduced at the Nintendo Showcase. Was I thought that it would just, like, seed a world, and then you'd be like, well, that one was dumb because all of the various pieces that it, like, slotted together just don't make sense together. You know, like, it made, like, a weird whole that just isn't cohesive because of the procedural nature of it. And it seems like Road 96 uses procedural generation, but it's procedural guided based on player input, which I think will make for like a more satisfying experience to like play repeatedly. Yeah, so like this I think was definitely a showcase that like made the case for Road 96. One thing that I've seen repeatedly throughout shows this week so far is lots and lots of games about cooking. Like cooking seems to be one of the emergent genres this year. If last year every game was a deck building roguelike, then like this year a good 40% of games are cooking. And Soup Pot was like the first of the cooking games. One of the things that like they bothered to call out was Soup Pot was like Soup Pot does not have fail states. And I'm like, oh well, Rocky's out.
What? Soup Pot's cool.
Okay. So like I know I've been kind of like going here. Did any of y'all have like thoughts on like Loot River or Road 96 or Soup Pot?
A lot of what I said about Axiom Verge actually applies to Loot River, so I'm just going to leave that there.
Okay.
Road 96 still seems fine. I don't think I was actually convinced it was anything other than what it actually is. But I think it's cool.
Okay.
Maybe I'll play it, but it's not urgent or anything.
Sure.
I think Soup Pot is a very cool, chill little game. I have no beef with it. In fact, I'm interested in playing it.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, it's not urgent.
Okay. They showed a game called The Wandering Village, which is like a city builder management adventure game. And the whole premise of it is like the world is now like filled with like toxic poisons. It's very much a post-apocalyptic world, but there's like this giant like dinosaur thing. And like the remaining vestiges of humanity are able to like farm and live and like build a village on the back of this dinosaur thing. So like as the giant dinosaur thing like wanders the toxic landscape, your village like lives happily above the clouds on the back of this dinosaur. And so there's limited space for building, and you also need to go out like adventure to harvest supplies and manage like the happiness of the people in your village. Also, you need to take care of and manage the health of like the big dinosaur thing. The reason it jumped out for me, and like these kinds of games don't generally hop out to me, but the reason this one did was there seemed to be like enough unique considerations to the premise that I was like, oh, okay. So this is one of those, but this is one of those with like pretty unique twists on the idea. Like the idea of like needing to like care for and manage the health of the dinosaur thing seems interesting. And because there is like the limited total area, like you can't just like wander forever and say a particular direction because you're on the back of this thing. Like that also seems interesting. Like the space constraints of like the total play area, it seems like there were interesting plates to spin. If 40% of games this year are cooking games, then 30% of games this year are photography games. Toem was one of the first ones I saw. Really like the look of it. This one's like narrative and like very like propulsively narrative. Like you're going through like this like Scandinavian space of like you're traveling, and as you travel on your adventure, you're like taking on like jobs and quests which involve your camera. Really like the look of it. It's a black and white. It has a very cute cartoony look. Lots of like very individually precise control over your camera as well, like that. Seemed cute. Probably out of the entire Day of the Dev showcase, the most visually impressive game was Vocabulantis, which is shockingly gorgeous. Vocabulantis is a stop-motion game. They built stop-motion models for like everything in the game, moved them frame by frame, shot them for like, I think it was 100 like angles and circumference around the items, and then created the mesh based on these images. So like in every possible way, this just looks like you're watching a stop-motion film. It's very cool. It's an adventure game with like platforming elements. So like that one, it really clicked. Like I loved adventure games. There seem to be a lot of adventure games this year. And so seeing one of those which like has like jumping stuff in it, I was like, all right, I'll go for this, especially with the look of it. And then one of the things that got included in Day of the Devs was they spent some time specifically focusing on Asobu Collective, which is this thing which I've been following, which is cool. Like indie development is very different in Japan. For years, like indie development was like a thing that was like looked down on in Japan, and you know, people believed that like if you're interested in game development, that like what you're supposed to do is like go get a job at a game developer and not necessarily like strike out on your own or like set up your own shop. And so Asobu Collective like exists as a support structure for indie developers in Japan. It's like a common workspace that they can all share and come to together and like come up with ideas and stuff like that. And I was like, that seems cool. And so and also like Asobu Collective has some funding to like provide advertising and marketing resources to its constituent members. And they showed 3 games in development from Asobu Collective. The first of one was Demolition Robots KK. And this game felt like a 3DS game. And I mean that in like the most loving and complimentary way possible. In the game, like you control a robot whose job is to destroy a city. And it can be played with 1 to 4 players. And the trailer was so cute. They're like, now remember, you're supposed to destroy the city, not fight each other. But obviously you can fight each other. And so it's like, are you going to destroy the city for points? Or are you going to just go goof around and like punch each other? While like potentially other players are destroying the city for points. Has a good look. It's going to be coming to PC and Switch. Has that really, I'm not going to call it like low poly, but like it's a game that definitely wants you to see its edges visually, and like they make that very aesthetically satisfying. They also showed a game called Ellickhead, and Ellickhead is a platformer, pixel art look, and the hook for Ellickhead, it's a world where like things like platforms and such that are supposed to move back and forth don't move back and forth unless you're touching them, because you're a power source, and when you touch things, you provide electricity to them. You are Ellickhead. And so as you move along the space, you can see like what you're providing electricity to by touching it. And this game came out the day of the showcase. It is currently available on itch. And whenever we're done recording, I'm going to go buy it. I looked at the page, and like the dev is definitely going the like super humble itch route. And the game is set at name your own price. So if you download Ellickhead, please do not be a jerk about how much money you give this person. And then the last game from Asobu Collective that got shown was a game called Walk. Let me put this into the deck. And Walk is about a schoolgirl walking home from school. And it's from the same dev team that did that haunted PS1 demo disc game. I don't know if either of you heard about that or played that.
There have been a number of haunted games. You're going to have to be more specific.
Okay, well, they specifically did the game called, like, Haunted PS1 Demo 2020, which kicked off the latest iteration of the trend.
Okay, well, I do not know what that one is.
Okay. It has, like, a top-level menu which shows, like, there are demos for 25 games, and, like, the games themselves don't necessarily look like they are spooky horror games, but as you, like, start to, like, dig around in the demos, you're like, oh, there appears to be something connecting them, and there's something on the disc!
Gotcha, okay.
So this is, like, their first attempt at, like, an entirely fully formed game, which isn't necessarily, like, hanging itself on the conceit of, like, metagame. If you're making a game about demos, then you can make small, tiny experiences where you're, like, relying on the player to connect it all as a thought exercise. And this definitely isn't that. So, like, this feels like, what if there was, like, a very spooky progenitor to, like, Ico? So, like, the way it was using fixed cameras and on-screen warnings definitely made my skin crawl. There were, like, these on-screen warnings that said, run, run, do not be seen. And I was like, no, little girl, don't be seen. The monster thing that chases the main character looks terribly unpleasant. Looks scary as shit. And will be available on itch later this year. And that was Day of the Devs. Did anybody else watch this show? Anybody else got some, like, overall thoughts on it? Or thoughts on these last few games I mentioned?
I thought it was cool. I think it's more about getting, like, these games, like, specifically out, as opposed, or, like, you know, in, like, the public consciousness, rather than, like, you know, world premieres and all that. Even though some of them were.
Right.
But it's cool that they're getting their message out. There are actually some really good experiences here.
Agree. Gosh, what was the next show?
I think it was the IGN Expo.
Oh, fuck. Did any of us do that?
I don't think so.
All right, fuck IGN. All my homies hate IGN.
Honestly.
I mean...
Would that be Netflix Geek Week next?
Yeah, because we're not talking about the New World deep dive. It's fine, I guess. Netflix Geek Week is actually not just this one thing. It was a whole week of stuff that Netflix has been talking about that's like on, the nerdier side of things. But Friday is the day that they were going to talk about specifically video game focused stuff, and they had Jeff Keighley show up there as well. Their thing was like mostly really cheesy. They made like a bunch of like goofy jokes that would have come off as like earnest with like a camp that had less money, but it just seemed like they were just making goofy jokes to like pretend to be like relatable, which I didn't like that much of.
How are you doing, fellow kids vibes?
Yeah. Tegan, okay, so there was a bit during this show, which isn't like a video game announcement or anything, but there was a bit where they had this one guy fall asleep while this girl was talking about... Jesus, I can't actually remember what it was, but he fell asleep during like what she was talking about, and he dreamed, but they actually just, like cut to a different recording where this one host played Street Fighter 2 with some of the boys from Cobra Kai. Mm-hmm. It was whack, honestly.
Yeah, that's in real poor taste.
Right. But the show itself was very focused on like getting people to talk about things. So the way that they did that is by saying, hey, these are real projects that are happening, and then showing the least amount possible about it. For example, Riot Games is developing a full-length animated show called Arcane that follows the story of two League of Legends champions, Jinx and Vi. They're sisters, but on the opposite sides of the law. And what they showed was like a 1-minute trailer of Jinx exploring an abandoned place where apparently she and like Vi used to hang out, and she's like punching like Vi's like boxing setup intercut with like various memories of like their tumultuous shared childhood. So I'm like, okay. The Cuphead show, which apparently is real, that I 100% forgot about, decided to have Wayne Brady show up via Zoom call to say that he's King Dice and do a little bit in like the voice of King Dice. They also had like maybe like a 30-second sting or something. This pattern continues. Castlevania is going to get a show that spins off following the son of Trevor Belmont during the French Revolution. One thing that I think was actually pretty good that they spent some time on, they had showrunner Adi Shankar talk about his original show called Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, which is done in partnership with Ubisoft because, they're digging into TV and stuff. And they basically let this guy, Mr. Shankar, like, go through their vault and, like, play around with, like, the various, like, art books and, like, story, like, designs and tidbits that they had. And he decides to, like, regurgitate it into, like, a new story following a new protagonist. And Ubisoft said, for sure, man, go make it. It was a lot about this guy particularly, like, sharing his vision. And they literally had, like, a 10-second teaser clip of Captain Laserhawk. And it looks cool. But, like, it was 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And Splinter Cell's getting a show. Far Cry's getting an anime. Witcher Season 2 is happening. It's big on Siri. We got a 10-second, 120-image slideshow that teased Season 2 of The Witcher. That was interspersed with, like, a couple of runes that I can't read and, like, intelligible, like, speech that I don't understand. They did this weird teaser thing throughout where they like ran quote unquote ads sponsored by the Umbrella Corporation that just interrupted the show in ways that like the host either earnestly did not understand what's happening or were just really bad at like conveying that like this is a bit. It culminated in them telling us that the live action Resident Evil show is going to have Lance Reddick play Wesker. And there are other actors involved. They didn't even bother to name them on screen. It was, you know what I mean? Like, it's a bunch of, like, really weird, like, cryptic shit. And it's just like, I mean, I'm glad I had this news, but obviously they expected no one to actually watch this as, like, a presentation. And instead just read the 300-word write-ups that, like, every news outlet that cares about video games was going to write anyways.
Right. Like, it honestly felt like a presentation that was actually trying to chase people away.
Right.
There was this, like, there was a thing that they kept on doing on this show That is why I turned it off, and I was like, I can't. I'm so glad I'm not the one who agreed to cover this show. There was this like noise that they put in between each story or presentation, like this, like there was this horrible noise.
Okay.
That they kept on using, and like after like the 5th or 6th instance of it, I was like, this is like the kind of thing that you do if you're like, I want to keep deer off my property, like just. I was like, oh god, this is horrible. I'm like, I just fucking can't. And like the way that they would like keep on just like repeating like the same sentence over and over again.
Yeah.
Like they had that one British dude who was like the medical examiner on iZombie, and like he was one of the people like on stage for this thing. And so and he just was like, Lance Reddick is in Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Lance Reddick is in Resident Evil. Where? Lance Reddick is in Evil. Like, oh god, where?
Yeah,
It was like they were like anticipating that you were going to fall asleep, and maybe the air horn is to wake you up, and I don't know what the fuck. Like,
yeah.
And if I'm able to like stay awake and pay full attention to your show, and your show makes me wonder, am I hallucinating or falling asleep? Then you fucked up. And like, it wasn't the kind of cool, am I hallucinating or falling asleep, like the first year of Devolver Digital.
Right.
This was just like, I'm waiting to board an aircraft falling asleep.
To be fair, like, I didn't watch the rest of Netflix Geek Week, right? And so, like, I have to wonder if the rest of the announcements were like that. Like, did they really do this shit, like, all week? But I don't know.
You know what, Rocky? I went and I pulled one just to find out.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, was the rest of it like this? Yes, the rest of it was like this.
Fucking wild. Yeah.
Who is this for?
Yeah.
The whole point of like the modern era of like forward-facing marketing materials, you show up and you're like, hello, consumers, is you like put together a presentation that consumers would want to watch. And this was for no one. This was for no one, because it wasn't the kind of like dry marketing information that would like be helpful to like people who sell things. It wasn't kind of like the deep dive like academic information or just like, you know, like deep backstory stuff that'd be helpful to journalists. It was just like, hey everybody, Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Stranger Things is coming to Smite. Like,
I don't even think it really reflects on the host, but the production was like set up in a way that was intentionally antagonistic. Like they didn't want you to watch it. They didn't really want you to be there. And like they shared so little information. It was very much like, I'm only here so I don't get fined. You know what I mean?
oh god, yes.
Yeah. So like, it, you know, I guess. But yeah, that was the Netflix show. I don't recommend. I mean, if you watch it if you want to, but I'm pretty sure you don't.
You know what it made me think about in like the long term, Rocky, is since we know that like Netflix is actively hiring like a C-level executive to like lead their like video game division. What is that going to look like when Netflix, the video game division, is ready to start like talking to the world?
I think they're gonna have like 20 people exactly like Jeff Goldblum to talk shit. Like, you want a video game? Here's your video game, you animals. And, like, that's it, you know?
Right. Like,
I think it'll depend entirely on who they get.
That's fair.
Because, like, the right voice could turn that entire thing around.
It's true. I want to believe.
I am concerned because there are certain large companies that will remain nameless here that have definitely directly shit the bed in their video game initiatives.
Ooh, what's that? Brian's
because they like
protecting companies right now?
We're talking about you, Google. We're talking about you right now, you fucks.
Okay, the people are protected by two equally important groups: those who speak for Amazon and those who do not speak for Amazon.
We just need you to record that and just say, Rocky, put the thing in.
Yeah, I know. No, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Brian.
I do not speak for Amazon.
I know, but you.
I do not.
Honestly, Brian, you probably could have left it at me shouting about Google. You probably didn't have to mention that we were also probably talking about Amazon because I specifically called out Google.
It's fine.
I know, but it would be weird because I had said a couple of companies and that you're like tactically shitting on one of them. You're like, watch Tegan tactically shit on Google from orbit.
Hey, I got good aim at least.
Hey.
That's right. You do. Good on ya. It's all them cupcakes.
All them cupcakes.
But, like, if Netflix is going to get into this, and obviously they are because of the moves they're making, like, they've already hired executives from Activision. They're hiring a C-level executive. it was very obvious, like, based on, like, the timing of this whole week that Netflix did, like, timing it around E3 and, like, bothering to, like, get Jeff Keighley on stage for, like, one of these shows, that, like, this was a dress rehearsal for, like, what their video game culture is going to be like. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
No.
I just don't think they know what they're doing. I think if they get, like, a C-level exec in who knows what they're doing, like a Reggie Fils-Aimé or something, they'd be fine. You know?
I get that. God, I hope Reggie doesn't end up at Netflix, though.
Man, okay, I went back and I watched, just because, you know, this is E3 week, and, like, there's kind of a desire to go back and watch kind of some of the greatest moments in E3 history, like, during this time of year.
Maybe for you. That might be a you thing.
I went back and I watched Reggie emerges for the first time, the moment.
Oh, yeah.
And he walks out on stage. No one knows who the fuck this guy is. Everybody just knows this is the guy who came from Pizza Hut. That's all. Yeah, they're like, this is the Pizza Hut guy.
What's Pizza Hut guy?
And he walks out on stage and he says, "My name is Reggie Fils-Aimé. I am here to make video games and kick ass." And the crowd goes wild.
I mean, that was cool.
That's exactly how you know a dude is here for fun.
Yeah.
And what does Nintendo sell us? Fun. Wholesome, childish fun.
For the most part.
For the most part.
Tegan.
For the most part.
Swear to God.
I'm warming up. I'm ready for next week.
So I actually did this on purpose because that means I get to go twice. Because I want to talk about the Tribeca Game Showcase. This is a video game showcase made by movie people, very much for movie people. It's a lot slower. It's not about big pops. There is no audience. It very much rolls like a documentary, which is why I fell asleep the first time I tried to watch it. But there's a lot of really interesting things that they did. For example, they publicized initially that they're going to talk about and showcase like 10 games. Harold Halibut, Kenna Bridge of Spirits, Lost in Random, Norco, Sable, Signalis, The Big Con, and 12 Minutes. None of these are world premieres. All these games already exist. They've already had their stage shows. And what these are careful, considered, gameplay punctuated developer interviews, essentially, or developer presentations. They're not interviews. There isn't like an interviewer. Right. So like we got to see like 8 minutes and like 12 different scenes from like Harold Halibut while like the dev tells us about their game, which is a very different experience than like a lot of these stage shows. Also, Tribeca Game Showcase was offering, I say was because there's no way you'll get in now, gameplay demos for each of these games that you can book remotely. For some reason, you were able to, like, at zero cost, book yourself for a 20 minutes with Harold Halibut. That was a thing that you were able to do at some point in the past. They're actually scheduled, like, through this next week. So they have basically like 10 days of 20-minute intervals where they're letting people play with these games. And you were just able to register on the Tribeca Games page on their website, which, you know, if I had known, I probably would have gone. I would have paid more attention, but I didn't. But, like, the games look good. And a lot of them look the best that I've seen, and it's probably because I'm seeing the most of them in this showcase. Like, I hadn't seen more Harold Halibut than, like, I saw in this showcase. Kenna Bridge of Spirits turned from, like, something that appeared to be, like, a forgettable action platformer into, like, something that looks like a really, like, gentle exploration game with, like, compelling video game mechanics. Signalis is very much biting, like, the Neon Genesis Evangelion vibe with its like visual language, and I think that's cool. 12 minutes is there may have actually been 12 minutes of 12 minutes on screen, but it looked great and I can't wait to touch it with my hands. This showcase was made for a very different audience. This isn't for like the casual observer who's like looking into seeing what's going on with E3, which I think is why they weren't really positioned as part of E3 or Summer Game Fest as a whole, but instead designed as like in-depth previews for upcoming games in a way that's different from like, you know, the standard 10 to like 40-minute developer playthrough that you see like on Steam or that pop up randomly on YouTube. And so like it's really interesting to see these types of things packaged in this type of way. And I think the concept of like having these like scheduled demos that you can register for is really cool. And they're not the first ones to do it. But I think it's cool that Tribeca is doing it in this particular way. And I think they may ultimately build into a show that doesn't necessarily form as like an alternative to news for like E3 or Summer Game Fest, but like a summer video game presentation that draws in its own kind of audience, which, you know, is good for the industry.
I tried to watch Tribeca at the worst possible time.
Sure.
Because I tried to watch it after I watched the last show of this day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so like I had just finished watching the Koch showcase and trying to watch the Netflix Geeked Week. And like after watching those two, I was just like, I can't. There's nothing left inside of my body.
Yeah, I get that.
I wish I'd tried earlier. This sounds interesting. This approach sounds more like focused, and E3 and Summer Game Fest are definitely places that like lend themselves to sizzle reels and like.
Yeah.
One of the shows that Tegan's going to be covering, Wholesome Games, like definitely had like a big ass sizzle reel, and I think I like these more focused presentations.
I think this is a much more intimate show specifically, which is why like these aren't world premieres, right? Like these aren't people who, for lack of a better term, like basically just trying to get a demo done so that we can show something at E3 so we can get a pop.
Right.
It's a much more like reasoned, intimate exploration in like what these games are, what they mean, and so like we're not trying to be a part of the news cycle. We're trying to tell you what these games are about.
Right. Yeah. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might, if I can run down some time, go back and stare at this.
For sure, man. Good news about this is that, like, I think most of these games, like, I think they are slated to come out this year. I know Kenneth's was come out, like, what, August or something?
Yep.
They're not super urgent. So, like, you know, watch your E3 content. It's definitely more of, like a much more cozier, like, watching experience than, like, most of, like, E3 actually is.
Can I tell you about a show that will make you want to stop watching E3 coverage forever?
But I like watching E3.
I mean, I don't like watching E3, so, like, tell me about it.
Well, Tegan?
Yeah.
If you want to find a way to quit watching E3 forever, the Koch Primetime presentation was Primetime in name only. It was a bad time. It was the Koch Bad Time show.
Nice.
In my notes here, people at home, my first bullet point about this show is just literally, oh God, why?
Because money. I bet that's the answer.
It's weird, like, the day after I watched this show, I went and I, like, hunted down some watch-alongs by other media outlets, like Giant Bomb and Nextlander and Easy Allies and IGN. And, like, everybody who watched this show was just like, what is even this? What the fuck is this? Like, their presentation was just terrible.
It was terrible in what way, though? Was it, like, disorganized? Was it ill-informed? Was it, like, what?
Yes.
Yes? Oh, no. Uh-oh.
So the show starts with, like, they send out this poor woman. She's like, hi, I'm Opal. I work at Koch Media. Or we're like, Opal who? What do you do? Oh, what's going on, Opal? She's like, I work at Koch Media. And, like, if I wanted to, like, describe the vibe that Opal was giving off, do you guys remember the Snapple Lady ads?
No.
Oh, yeah, actually.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, Rocky, now picture the Snapple Lady if she didn't know what Snapple was, and she had...
She's holding it, it's right there!
Right, it's right there, and she had just been, like, dumped out of a van somewhere in the desert after having a bag on her head in the van. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, that was Opal's vibe. She's like, back to you, Fred. And you're like, what the fuck? And the show was punctuated by like these 14, 15-minute long interviews where they talked to developers about their video games. I don't know what instruction Koch had given the various developer teams that were being interviewed. Because, like, at this point, like, Koch Media owns, like, a shit ton of developers. Like they're a huge company at this point. All of these dev teams that were being interviewed came across like they absolutely did not care at all about the video games that they were making. Like, hello, hi, My video game is called video game. It has many of video games in it. You fight enemies. You are the protagonist. Video game. And, like, that was the tone that the various developers were, like, using in the interviews. And then, like, Opal would be like, so, has he got buttons? Ah! And just, like... And then, like, the developer like, yes, we look forward to talking more about the buttons in 2022. It's just like... And I'm just sitting there like, what is this nightmare shit show? And just like, and like, it's just like dragging on and on and on. I'm like, please just fucking end my life. Like, just.
When you describe it like that, Brian, it sounds great.
Oh God, it's definitely like Koch's like first show, and like
whenever you say Coke, I think Coca-Cola.
Right.
Literally every time.
No, I get it. I can't call it Koch. Like, that's not what it is. But
I mean, it's not what it is, but like, I'm just thinking the soda company has gotten into video games.
Yeah. They definitely like deeply misunderstand what these presentations are for, because they've done other presentations, and those types of presentations would definitely fly in like the dry information focused business world where no one seems to know anything about anything.
Right.
You know, like, where they have to, like, re-explain every single product as if you've never been in a kitchen or in a home before, you know?
Right.
Video games don't really work that way. Most people know what's going on. So you just need to, like, tell me why we should care, and, like, they're not great at it.
Sure, because when you have people talking for like 15 minutes at a clip,
right?
Like, there are going to be pieces of things that will tumble out, which will, I guess, like, have value.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the kind of things that are being said that would be helpful to, like, if a journalist is, like, writing up 800 words on a particular game and they want some, like, say, backstory or flavor information about the development of, like, this game. They're like, oh, okay, and the developer started working on this because of X, Y, and Z were their primary influences, and they're going to go for, you know, like, Z, and they decided to incorporate X as a mechanic because of reason, you know, like alpha, like, and so, like, there's lots of stuff that got said that would have been helpful for, like, the purposes of, like, journalism backstory. And, like, if you go back and you watch a lot of, like, say, the E3 presentations from, like, the mid-90s, when, like, the public wasn't a consideration at all for these shows,
mm-hmm.
They were very much filled with, like, this kind of talk,
mm-hmm.
you know, where, like, the people that you're talking to are retailers, or the people you're talking to are journalists, or the people you're talking to are intended to be intercessors between you and the consumer. And, like, I was like, what is this fucking show? It's like somebody at Koch Media was like, what is the E3? And I'm like, okay, well, sir, it's a trade show that's happened since the 90s. Like, fine, go get us footage from the 90s. And, like, that's what happened. And they're like, this is how you E3. And it's just like, please don't. Just don't. And it was weird, too, because, like, there are, like, when you think about, like, some of the, like, top franchises which are owned by Koch Media at this point, none of them were represented.
So what are the top franchises for people like me who have no idea who Koch Media is?
Okay, Saints Row, they own that. Metro, they own that. Dead Island, they own that. They now own Time Splitters, which they are in fact bringing back. There is currently a Time Splitters game in development, which was not represented at the show.
There you go.
Yeah, all these things. Now, like, it seemed like part of what they were doing here was, like, rolling out a new brand label. They're like, we have a new brand label. It's called Prime Matter. Okay, but the thing is that, like, Prime Matter is just basically a funding arm you have. It's just like Koch Media has so much money that you guys can, like, fully fund video games that you're not developing internally at one of your studios at this point. Because, like, the games I just mentioned, the series I mentioned, like Saints Row, Metro, and stuff, are all games which are being developed by studios that Koch Media owns. Prime Matter is them publishing games which are being developed by studios that they do not own. And they fully funded the development of Payday 3 to the tune of 50 million euro. They're like, yeah, we're fully funding Payday 3. And the big carrot on the end of the stick for this show, the reason they told everybody to watch this show is like, if you want more information on Payday 3, you need to watch this show. And after, like, this show, which was, like, 2 hours and 20 minutes of getting your fucking teeth drilled. At the end, they're like, okay, here's like 4 minutes on Payday 3. Most of it's the weird interview stuff that we've been doing. And it's like, Payday 3 is early in development. You'll see it sometime late 2023. Bye! Okay, thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Koch Media. The only game from the show that I specifically wanted to, like, individually call out is, like, they managed to show a game that I was like, that looks interesting. I wish this had been shown in an actual showcase, which wasn't a nightmare. It was a game called Scars Above. Do you get it? Kind of like Stars Above, but only it's Scars Above.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get it?
Yeah, I gotcha. I got it.
Okay. Rocky, do you get it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad you got it. And the vibe of the game is very much like Dead Space meets Tomb Raider. And it's weird because, like, a lot of, like, the way, like, the enemy design looks and, like, just this space of the environment gives off a vibe very much like Housemarque's Returnal. And I'm like, I wonder, considering how bad they are at messaging, are a lot of people just going to look at this game, which actually looks like it does have a lot to offer, and just go like, this is Dime Store Returnal, I'm not interested. And then just check out on it. They did a shit job of selling everything they talked about. Like, me being interested in the Scars Above is not because of the presentation, but despite the presentation. And that was the Koch Primetime Showcase.
I mean, it sounds like they fucking don't know how this is supposed to work.
Yeah, I hope they get bullied over it and they learn, you know.
We're bullying them right now.
Hell yeah.
So I believe that the next 2 presentations in a row are ones that Tegan covered.
Fuck yeah, they are. I'm gonna talk forever.
Let's go.
Talk for like 10 seconds. Alright, so the first one was part two of the Guerrilla Collective showcase. Early o'clock in the morning. They showed a collection of games that I'm very interested in, and a collection of games that I'm very much not interested in, but for different reasons. The first thing that Rocky and I both were like, ooh, was this game called Fire Girl Hack and Splash Rescue. It looks so fun. It's like
Fire Girl fucking slaps.
Part 2D, part 3D platforming adventure where you are a female firefighter and you are rescuing little 2D people.
But you also get to build out your squad.
Yeah, music, great. Aesthetics, sort of 16-bit. What? 18-bit? 8-bit, 16-bit.
It's actually HD 2D, sort of.
Yeah, it's it's so neat. It gave me, honestly, not Bravely Default, Octopath Traveler vibes. Yes, thank you. First thing I did was we got online, we wishlisted that shit. It looks so fun.
True.
The next one that I thought was really interesting was Bullets Per Minute is going to be coming to Xbox. I was watching it with Alex, and he was like, oh yeah, that's a game I'm interested in, but I don't think I'd be any good at it on a computer. And I was like, well, that's on Xbox now. And he's like, oh, okay. So that'll be very fun. Bullets Per Minute is what's it called? It's a first-person shooter, and it's a rhythm game. So you reload and you shoot on beat. It was good. The way they incorporated the, like, sounds of the weapons, the guns, they're mostly guns, into, like, this soundtrack was really good.
Brian, I know it's terrifying, but I'd like for you for a moment to imagine a first-person shooter Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Yeah! Oh, it was so good. Brian, it was so good.
Well, I can imagine that, and there is one of those out in VR right now called Pistol Whip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Pistol Whip talked to me during the UploadVR showcase, and we'll get to that. No. I have thoughts on this genre. I would like to chime in on Fire Girl for just a second and say, I concur with everything Tegan said. It looks fucking great. I cannot wait to play
great.
Fire Girl.
It looks so good. I'm so excited. It was the first thing that I saw so far this entire showcase where I was like, ooh. I got like a little bit of dopamine. I was very excited about it.
I'm glad to see the return of the firefighting genre.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a good time for it, especially with that drought in California. Y'all be safe out there. Anyway, then the next game that caught my attention particularly was called No Longer Home, which is I'm so ready to relive that existential crises, baby. It's done by 2 recent college graduates in the UK, and they basically were writing about their graduation experience, where, like, now they have to leave this flat that has been their home for so many years, and they have to go back to their regular homes, but, like, those aren't their homes anymore either. And what direction are you supposed to take when you've been in school for so long? Like, how do you move on to that next stage? Like, I was watching this, and I'm like, oh my god, it's 25-year-old Tegan right there. Holy shit. I'm so ready to be that, like, I'm sitting around in my room going, like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, how do I find a job? Oh god, I'm so excited. The entire game for No Longer Home takes place around the flat that they're moving out of. There are different friends over, and you have different conversations, like, with your other flatmates and that sort of thing, and you play as both characters. And both characters are also non-binary, which is very fun.
We're calling it fun?
Yeah, we're calling it fun. Yeah, I love that existential shit. Are you kidding? It's my favorite genre of video games after, like, Wholesome.
I wouldn't call it, like, engaging. I would call it interesting.
No, it's fun.
I'm not necessarily sure I would use the word fun as a, like...
I find games that challenge my sense of permanence fun.
Let the record show
Yeah.
that on this podcast program,
Mm-hmm.
if you scratch the surface, the actual darkest one on the show, the one with the most brooding interior monologue, is Tegan Somerset.
Tegan's favorite genre of video games is Wholesome, specifically because the level of existential dread inside of her could drown an entire city.
God. Continue.
Anyway, there were some other games that looked like, they're adding a bard into Neverwinter. If you play Neverwinter, good for you.
Sure.
Demon's Mirror looked really good. I think Alex will really enjoy that one. Honestly, it seems like it's right up his alley. Slime Heroes look so cute. You know Slime Rancher? Remember Slime Rancher? I remember Slime Rancher. Adorable. Slime Rancher aesthetics, but you get to play as a little slime, and you have a little slime sword, and you have to fight other evil slimes. Oh, it's so good. They're so cute. And you can play with a friend, and your friend slime does magic. Oh my god. It was too cute. I was very excited about it. And then Loot River. And then they showed Loot River and Ghost Runner, which we've already talked about. Let's see.
Demon Turf was on this show, right?
Demon Turf was on the
Demon's
show.
Mirror.
Yes, Demon Turf was right after Slime Heroes, actually. Do you have thoughts on Demon Turf?
Oh, I'm all in on Demon Turf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the stuff that you were saying about the aesthetic of Fire Girl, like with the way that it's like combining what are not necessarily like aesthetics that you would assume live together. Like that's something else which like Demon Turf is doing, where like it's this like 3D platforming world, but your character and the enemies that you encounter in the world are rendered as 2D characters.
Yeah, you are a flat character exploring a 3D world, but also the 3D world appears kind of flat in a way.
Yeah, like, so it had a very, very interesting look to it. I definitely dug the vibe that they were going for.
It did, yeah. And because of the way that, and they made sure to say this, like, explicitly a couple times, like, the way that the world is rendered, there are multiple paths to go across every, like, level, and you have to take advantage of the 2D, 3D combo to do that.
Yeah.
So apparently, like, they were saying that their speedrunning community is, like, absolutely tearing through this game, finding newer and newer ways to get through stuff, and I think that's neat.
They opened with Origami 2, right? That was, like...
Yeah. Yeah, they opened with Origami
like,
2. I'm not a fan of Origami at all, so...
Okay. Well, as a person who plays a shit ton of Hitman, Origami speaks to me.
Mm-hmm.
And Origami 2, like, I think speaks to me even more.
Mm.
There's some stuff that they're, like, drawing in. I'm like, yep, want that. Yep, want that. Yep, want that too. Okay, I can do that now. Good. All right, fantastic. I would have thought, Tegan, that Potion Craft would have ticked some of your boxes.
We aren't there yet. That's way later in the show, Brian.
I'm sorry.
There. Stop.
Earlier, you said these are the games I'm interested in. Then there were some games that looked That was the thing you said.
Yeah, but I'm not through the list yet. Relax.
Okay.
Relax. I'm not done.
This is why I put notes in the show doc.
Relax. I'm not.
You can just wait. Jesus.
You just wait. Just let me speak!
Jesus.
This is gonna go in the next Call of Duty game.
Oh god, here we go.
Next game that really, like, got my goat, absolutely, was Arietta of the Spirits. You're a girl, you can see ghosts, you have to help them leave this plane of existence. It reminded me a little bit of Link to the Past in, like, the design aspect of it. And the idea of someone being like, oh, I'm scared of ghosts, and all these ghosts are like, please help me pass on. And she's like, okay! I will, so you leave me alone! It looked so cute.
Yo.
And then they showed Unmetal, which I think Brian will be into. It's the most Chad Metal Gear Solid game. You are a dumb buff soldier, and you've been captured behind enemy lines, and now you have to escape. And he talks like that. He actually talks like that. I am behind the enemy lines.
All right, first of all, I want to say that I'm very excited for Arietta. Mm-hmm. Second of all, I want to say that Tegan's got my number with Unmetal.
Yeah. I got your number with another one, too. Just wait. We aren't even there yet.
Okay.
We're about to be there.
The bit in Unmetal when he says, ouch, I'm peeing, oh my god.
What was that? Oh, it was just a cat. What was that? Another cat. I can't wait. He's like hiding behind a wall, like a guard comes up. For people who didn't see. You should just watch it. It's really funny.
The whole conceit of the game, the whole bit is like, what does it feel like in stealth games when you fuck up? Now, like, let's build a whole game around that.
Yeah.
Like, that's fun.
Oh my god. The trailer ends with the guy, like, successfully escaping the prison. He, like, runs past the guards. And then one of the guards goes, wait, the minefield, wait! And then it blows up. 10 out of 10. Excellent advertising. You got me. You didn't get me, but you got me, you know? The next game that I think Brian is going to really enjoy. Serial Cleaners.
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
It gave me big Untitled Goose Game vibes. Big Untitled Goose Game vibes. You are a murderer, and you are cleaning up a murder scene. But the way you are cleaning up the murder scene is keeping the police from finding you. And killing them.
Serial Cleaners is a sequel to Serial Cleaner, singular. Mm-hmm. I tried to play the first one. I found it incredibly tedious.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, all right, fine. This is for someone. It's not for me.
That's fair. Okay. The vibe of the trailer made me think it was for you.
Okay.
So, that's that. Let's see. The next game that I'm very interested in is Potion Craft. It's an alchemy game. You grind up the stuff in your little mortar and pestle. You take your mortar and pestle and you mash up all the leaves and you put them in your potions and you're making potions for people, different people, depending on what they need. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm ready for that. That's my kind of, my brand of vodka. There's a game called Ramen, but it's actually Ramen, like Rawmen, and it's like a noodle fighter, soup fighter game. Rocky.
Wait, what?
Ramen? Are you gonna check out Ramen?
Yeah, it's an arena-based, like...
soup fighter!
Yeah, it's very much like a soup fighter. There are, like, modes where, like, you manipulate large orbs. It's like a mixture of... I want to say it's like Knockout City meets Rocket League meets, I don't know, Battle Chef Brigade, I guess?
Yeah,
well, considering that there is a mode in the game where you are trying to cover the ground with, like, streaks of color from your bowl of ramen... I think I can think of another game that it feels strongly influenced by.
Is it Splatoon? It's the Crayola game. Wait, no, it's the Crayola
game. Scoot?
Yeah. You can customize your little ramen chef and, like, their little soup bucket and ladle. Oh, it's funny. Gave me big funny vibes. And then I'm interested in 2 games specifically for the lore. I will not play these games. I will not watch these games being played. I just want to know what's going on. I just want the YouTube videos for them. The first one was Happy's Humble Burger Farm, which, like,
Brian's gotta play that.
It's like it's a whole, yeah, it's a totally wholesome burger restaurant running simulator. But if you fuck up the customer's orders, the cow will come and get you.
That's right, he'll come and get you.
He'll come and get you. He will come and serve you the corrections. There is no manager. There is only the cow.
Oh my god.
The cow is so scary.
Tegan, I'm reading the description of this game right now on Steam, and like the actual words that they use seem to scream Tegan wants to play this game.
Tegan does not want to play this game at all.
Okay, Tegan, it says, manage a fast food chain and your growing existential dread.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In Happy's Humble Burger Farm.
Yeah, but then a monster shows up.
A restaurant simulation meets survival horror mind blower.
Survival horror. Survival horror are the key words there. I will not play it. I'll watch all the theory videos on it. I'll be so steeped in the lore, you'll think I fucking played the game. I will have not played a single one. In the same way with that one game.
Friday Nights at Freddy's?
Yeah, I know all the shit. I know everything. I'm deep in the weeds. I bought all the books. I don't read them. I have them all. Like, I bought...
Jesus.
To be fair, I bought the first one for Alex to try and get him to, like, read something over quarantine, you know? And then I was like, oh, this is cool. It gave me, like, scary stories to tell in the dark. You know those? Mm-hmm. Like, I got those vibes a little bit from the books. But not, and I was just like, I'm just not going to read these. But I have them. So I'm all in for the lore on that one, but I'm not going to play it. That cow was so scary.
I think I don't want to play this.
No! You want to watch
Right.
You want to watch the YouTube videos of someone else fucking up.
Fine,
you don't want to do it yourself.
Whatever.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Rocky, if you're not actually interested in this, you shouldn't play it. Like, I think the thing that chases me away is, like, I've kind of, like, grown weary of these, like, hey, look, we've taken something that looks friendly and now it's a monster. Like, there was a thing at Five Nights at Freddy's started, which is like, look at this thing. Isn't it friendly? It will kill you. I'm like, all right, fine. Jesus fucking Christ. And it's become such a tired aesthetic, and,
so
like...
They did not bill it like, this is a friendly thing, and now this thing will murder you. They were definitely like, do your work, or you're fucked. And then they showed you the cow, and you were like, oh no, I am fucked, okay.
Yeah.
It's definitely like a horror game.
And Five Nights at Freddy's is very much just, like, mechanically a game about spinning plates, where you're like, please review these various cameras so that way you can, like, press the button at the right time. Like, it's... Whether or not Five Nights at Freddy's uses I am a management sim as a bullet point, it is a management sim. It may not sell itself as such, it is. This game just appears to be, like, putting that more forward in the way it's talking to people. Only instead of, like, staring at, like, 18 cameras at a time, you're making sure that this order gets fries in under 2 minutes.
I mean, that's fair, but honestly, I think what this actually is, and this is gonna sound stupid, but I'm gonna say it with my mouth anyway. This game seems like the horrors of working in retail more than anything else. Because that is what it feels like when you fuck anything up. Is the demon corporation is gonna come get you. It's just putting that into, like, horror terms.
I am probably willing to, like, read some critical writing about this game after it comes out, because if they can stick the landing of what it's like to work in food service, then I'll come talk to them.
That's fair. That's why I'm like, I'm not gonna play this game, but I'm gonna follow this game. You know?
Right.
The next game on the list, I am also not going to play, and I am also going to continue to follow. They announced Hello Neighbor 2, where you are a journalist investigating these missing kids, and your neighbor, who everyone seems to avoid. But this time, you're a whole-ass adult in this one. And second of all, you can interact with the town and the other people who live with this neighbor that everyone is coincidentally avoiding, and also not talking about the missing like kids and this dude's missing wife. You know, normal small neighborhood things. And then they were talking about how the game learns. This iteration of Hello Neighbor isn't just going to learn from your gameplay. It's going to learn from how everyone who is playing this game plays this game. Everyone. So you might not think to do a thing, and the neighbor may move to block you from doing a thing. Ooh. Oh,
it
I'm
just
not
makes the
ready
game
for
sound
that.
impenetrable. Like what they think is a selling point makes it me absolutely certain I will never play this game, and I want nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I think it's cool.
I think it's spooky.
I think it, like, actually, you know, adds a lot more replay value to like a survival horror experience in a way that survival horror hasn't been able to do for decades. Like, if I knew that like Resident Evil 7 was going to learn from me, or like learn from like how the game works, then like I could be more interested in just like playing it over time. And I agree that at some point I'll probably hit like a wall where it's just like, this is insane. How does it know that I'm going to do this? What do I do in response? Like, it's possible that maybe the game like actually covers every like win state eventually, which would be terrifying. I hope it doesn't. But I think I like the idea of like getting in early and like getting through it, and then like later on like this opposition becomes like more wary to my games. Mm-hmm. And maybe I won't get the same experience out of it, which is its own loss. But I think like the inspiration, the emotional manipulation to try to find a new response to a situation could be interesting as a gameplay experience.
Especially once like you've already done it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a game that I feel like you'd be able to revisit like a year and a half, 2 years down the line, and it would be a very different gaming experience because of how much the AI has learned. It also frightens me potentially how much the AI is capable of learning. Like,
because I know we talked about it before, like how like survival horror experiences, like once you can see the strings and like you know how to respond to situations, it's no longer scary. Mm-hmm. It may still be like a good game beneath that through like exploration or lore or whatever. But like if I still want to be scared by Resident Evil 7, I probably can't anymore. Maybe some things will still get me, but like for the most part, like I know where everything is. But like with Hello Neighbor 2, I feel like the pitch is that like later on the neighbor's going to get even smarter, and I'm still going to be able to like feel that like fear that like it knows what I'm doing and it's learning.
Tegan?
Yeah.
Did you care or decide that it was worth talking about, how is it? Is it Kitsune Tales?
Kitsune Tales is actually further down my list.
Okay.
It was one of the last games they showed. Mm-hmm. So we're not there yet. We're almost there.
Okay.
The first thing I do want to talk about is Behind the Frame. Which, first of all, the art style gave me big Studio Ghibli vibes. Second of all, like, the whole, like, painting as storytelling thing feels good to me. Like, it looked good. And I feel like it's going to feel really good. It felt like, overall, the game is going to be more, like, in the vein of Spiritfarer, if that makes sense. Like, I'm going to feel things playing this game.
Okay.
I may not sob uncontrollably, but I will feel things. And so I'm excited about that. I want to know about the neighbor who always paints and never looks at you. I want to know about his cat that was sitting there being all cute. I want to know what other things we're going to be, like, sketching and drawing. I'm interested in this universe.
Ditto.
Brian, any thoughts? Okay, cool.
This was another one of those games that, like, showed up at a lot of shows. Mm-hmm. And
this was the first place I saw it.
Okay, yeah, and they sold me. I want to experience this. This looks really cool. Something else I found really engaging about it is it looks like it's mainly a very limited physical space that you'll be engaging with, because it looks like you're mainly going to be in this like artist studio. And then, like, a lot of the way that, like, narrative gets pulled in is either by, like, gazing out your window or using your character's laptop or whatever. Like, they showed some, like, character, like, you know, emailing a gallery that was going to be showing her work. But, like, the physical space that you're interacting with is this studio. And I like that. Using, like, a limited space to tell a larger narrative, I think, is interesting. So, I'm all in. It was just beautiful, too. Like, I was like, all right, like, this is another game which is just, like, absolutely, like, had an aesthetic in mind and just, like, stuck the landing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really did. I'm super excited about. They showed it again in the Wholesome game show, so I'm gonna skip it there, but, you know, oh, it's so pretty. Next was Kitsune Tales. That was the next game they showed. Kitsune Tales looks like Sonic. Am I wrong?
Yes.
It looks like Sonic to me. Like, the aesthetic of, like, Green Hill Zone. Not that, like, it is Sonic. But, like, that's how it felt to me. It's a platformer. You play as a fox. You're trying to rescue your girlfriend, Fox. But because you are a kitsune, you have multiple, like, fox outfits, costumes, disguises that you can use to get through the different levels.
In the tile arrangement and construction, this game has the biggest Super Mario Brothers 3 vibe you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, I get that.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Still feels like Sonic.
And I think that, like, Super Mario 3 is, like, a very tall order, and that's an awfully big boot to fill. But, like, everything they show makes it look like they're up for the task. If you want to be Super Mario 3, then you best come. And, like, everything they showed, like, the ghost house looks cool. There's obviously a power-up that is, like, the Kurobu's boot from Mario 3. Like, everything looks cool. Like, the question block, jump and get something out of this question block. Like, everything's there. Like, this is a fucking Mario-ass Mario game. Like, and it's very specifically Mario 3.
I guess it's like the color palette more to me felt like Green Hill Zone than Mario.
I think, like, the bright green of, like, the top of the surface of, like, some of the levels were shown might feel like Green Hill, but, like, there's some, like, soft greens and some, like, pastels. Like, you would never see that many pastels in a Sonic game. Like, Sonic games just barf bright color at you.
Yeah, Sonic games are definitely, like, vibrancy.
Right. And while there was some vibrant color in this, I feel like there was a much more, like, diverse color palette.
But it's also, like, the way the fox moved through the levels, like, the way it, like, bopped around felt more
Felt very Mario 3 to me.
It felt more Sonic and Tails to me.
When is the last time you played Mario 3?
I've never played Mario 3. I did not own a Super Nintendo. Or a Nintendo system.
Okay.
I had a Super Nintendo, not an original NES.
Well, as a subscriber to Nintendo's ridiculous online service,
yeah,
one of the things you have available to you is Mario 3.
That is one of the things I have available to me.
Yeah.
I also have plenty of Switch games to play, so I'm not hurting.
Yeah. So is that it? Is that all the stuff you want to talk about from Guerrilla Collective?
No, there's one more.
Oh my god, we have a whole show, Doc. Continue.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I can skip it. It's fine.
No, Tegan. Oh, for love of...
I just thought Arcade Paradise looked kind of fun. I liked the vibes of the arcade system. I didn't like the advertising for it. And then I was really confused. The first time I saw the trailer for it, I was really confused as to whether or not I was actually running a laundry shop or if I was actually running an arcade. So I had to watch the trailer again afterwards. But it looks neat. I'd like to run an arcade in the early 90s. That sounds like fun. I want neon carpet. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And that was the Guerrilla Collective, part 2.
I'm still unclear as to whether you run
a laundry machine or an arcade? Okay, cool. Good. I'm pretty sure it's the arcade. I bet you buy the laundry shop first and you can put an arcade in it, like one arcade machine, and then you can expand it into more arcade machines. That's how I'm thinking it works.
Okay. Tegan, you're exactly right. I'm now looking at the descriptions on Steam. You buy a laundromat and you slowly turn it into an arcade.
Aha! I'm perfect.
Okay.
I didn't read the description. I just watched the trailer a couple more times. It was like, I think this is what happens.
Yeah, so, like, the idea is, like, you start putting a few machines in here, a few machines there, and that is what has happened.
And then you turn a sick profit, bro. It's still all quarters. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the Guerrilla Collective.
Wait, no, hold on. Just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. If I didn't mention anything, go for it.
Yeah, neither of you talked about Wolfstride, which kind of sucks because Wolfstride looks fucking rad.
Rocky?
Uh-huh.
All right, God damn it. I'm going to climb onto this cross and stay here.
Sure, go ahead.
Like, every time I wanted to bring up a game, someone was like, no, we haven't gotten through the list yet.
Yeah,
I'm like, all right, fine.
That's why I waited till the end. If you were waiting to talk about Wolfstride, then I will absolve you of your sins, Brian. You just say 3 Hail Marys and you're good. Wolfstride looks fucking cool as shit. I mean, you got, like, your very edgy, beashy looking Travis Touchdown, Nicholas D. Wolfwood-ass protagonist, but you have a mech, and you use the mech in, like, turn-based RPG battles against other mechs in the attempt to win the Ultimate Mech Tournament, and that seems cool. I'd love to play that video game. Tell me when it comes out. Severed Steel looks like just like a flashy shooter with a interesting, like, physics engine, But I really like the shape of the presentation, where the dev is just kind of talking about, hey, so like our game, it's in early access right now, or my game's in early access right now. And I'm just going to show you some of the cool stuff some of the people have been doing with it. Mm-hmm. They were talking about how, like, in certain zones, like, there are enemies, like, sitting behind the door. But instead of, like, kicking open the door or anything, you can blast a hole in the wall next to the door that gives you access to the corridor. That shit was cool.
Yes!
That was
God,
really
yeah. Yeah, when he started talking about, like, and people have been figuring out how to, like, stay in the air constantly, like bouncing from enemy to enemy, like... Mm-hmm. I know that one of the things that, like, I've, like, if you listen to this show long enough, you have heard me talk about how I love systems piled on top of systems. Yeah. Like, that was a lot of the talk around Breath of the Wild for me. And so when he's like, why go through this door when you could just, like, slowly melt a hole in this wall and go that way? And I'm like, oh, man, like, this seems like this is mechanically intensive in a way that just various things touch each other in very interesting ways. Like, the idea of just melting a hole in the wall is one of those things that feels natural, like, if you're just, like, spitballing, but, like, most games just won't let you do it.
Yeah, it feels like a truly interactive space, which I think was what he was trying to sell with the trailer, by just showing the kind of things that people have done with unique interactions. I think that's a cool way to talk about video games. I'd like to see more people try it.
Yeah.
Especially with games where there are, like, multiple ways to do a thing, like, showcasing some of how those multiple ways, like, could play out, I think is good. Mm-hmm. I do like that he was like, someone figured out that, like, you earn more style points when you kill stuff while in the air upside down, and, like, now everyone's doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that likes this video game, but I'll sell you guys on it someday. But Venice 2089 looks fucking sick. I'm really excited.
You do not have to sell me, Rocky. Okay. That one was on my list.
Cool.
That one's on Kickstarter.
Yes. And it has an active demo on Steam.
Yes. Has it been funded yet? Are they just getting, like, extra funds at this point, or is it not yet funded?
Oh, wait. Is this not on Kickstarter? No, there it is. It's supposed to launch... It's not active yet, I think.
Oh, okay. Kickstarter hasn't launched yet.
Right.
Neat.
But yeah, that's all I had to say about Guerrilla. I'm done with those.
That's fine.
A couple that, I guess, like, didn't click for either of y'all from this show, a few that for me, I was like, hey, look at that. Mm-hmm. Were a game called King of the Hat.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. And, like, King of the Hat has, like, a lot of air diving attacks that made it look like Sonic to me. But one of the things...
For people who don't know what King of the Hat is, it is a Super Smash Brothers style game where you fight people using a hat.
Yes. And also, like, deliberately making your attacks stronger by, like, giving up your life force. Mm-hmm. Sounds interesting. Like, very much like a risk and reward kind of, like, platform fighter thing. Like, all right, I can bop you hard and give away, like, a portion of my energy, but then I'm going to be at greater risk. The one other game that I wanted to, I guess, mention from this show was White Shadows.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it had a really cool aesthetic and, like, just the weird, like, German humor of it, where it's like, everything is terrible, but so amusing. I was like, okay, game. The whole idea of this, like, plague-ridden world, like, this feels like a game that emerged as a result of the pandemic. This is a story that people had to tell because they have lived through the last year and a half. And I think we're going to start to slowly see more of those as, like, dev time, like, winds up for games that would have started last year. But I think it's interesting to see, like, a game that is entirely informed by living in the world that we just experienced. And it has a cool look and lots of, like, interesting, like, platforming puzzling. So, like, I will definitely keep following White Shadows. Tegan.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us about some Wholesome games?
Yeah, I do.
Yay.
Almost immediate, there was like a half-hour break where I got my first cupcake of the day, where they were doing, like, some interviews in the in-between show between the Guerrilla Collective and the Wholesome Game Show, and then the Wholesome Game Show started. And this show was literally just, Tegan, your wallet, hand it over. hand it over. Like, give me... I only wishlisted the games that I, like, was foaming at the mouth for, and my wishlist went up by 26 games. They showed, like, 75 total games. I only wrote down 50 of them because a bunch of them were in, like, this really quick thing right at the end where they were like, we have more games to show you, but, like, we don't have a lot for them, so here they all are. Whoa, so much. The first... Oh, bird problems. First of all, you are a bird in a sitcom, and you have problems. There's a laugh track.
Yep.
They're cute. Very vibrant colored, very fun looking. There's the living room with the couch at like a 3/4 view, so you can always see people sitting on the couch. Like, the whole thing looks very, very goofy. The next game I was super interested in was called Snacko, which is like, imagine Harvest Moon or like A Story of Seasons, but everyone is actually a cat. And also it's 2D, like the Game Boy Advance games. Oh, so cute.
It looks like it had like a Paper Mario 64 aesthetic to it.
I know what you mean. It was really cute.
Mm-hmm.
It was really cute. Wishlisted it right away. Then we got Spirit Swap. I think we've talked about this one before on the show. It's lo-fi beats to match 3 to.
Mm-hmm.
The music, excellent. The match 3 puzzling, fine. The art direction, aesthetic.
Oh, well, Tegan, you haven't played the demo on the oh shit, oh fuck difficulty, so...
Yeah, you're right, I haven't. I'm gonna fucking kill it. Just you wait.
Alright.
And then they showed Behind the Frame, which I skipped because we've already talked about it. The next game that caught my eye was Here Comes Nico. You play as a kid named Nico, and your boss is a frog, and you have to do things around town for your boss. And the main characters got the same name as my cat. So... So I got that. And then I got Lake.
Yes.
Lake is a letter delivering simulator. You are taking a break from work. You go to your small hometown on a lake, and you deliver mail for 2 weeks. And that's the story. And I was very, very excited for it because it looked very good in the trailers. And then when I added it to my wishlist on Steam, it said, hey, this game is like What Remains of Edith Finch. And I went, oh. So now I'm a little bit less excited. I'm still willing to be optimistic. I want to see how much game is in this game because it looks a little bit more like...
Jesus fucking Christ.
It looks a little bit more... Brian, I'm not shitting on What Remains of Edith Finch right now. I'm just saying this game looks a little more interactive than What Remains of Edith Finch was. I feel like What Remains of Edith Finch was primarily a walking simulator.
Oh, God.
And this one has a more interactivity.
Oh, God. I'll just say I, too, am excited about Lake. I can say that without... I could say that without shitting on another game.
Oh my god, are you sure, Brian? Are you sure you can't say without shitting on another game?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very excited about Lake. When I think about, like, the aesthetic that Lake has on offer, when they show the grid of, like, driving through this, like, little town in your mail truck and then, you know, getting out of your truck to go, like, put mail in a box or walk it up to a person. There's kind of like a defiance in design because if you just think of, like, the way it positions the camera behind a vehicle and, like, has the character getting in and out of the car to go, like, do side quest or deliver mail, aesthetically, it very much reminds me of, like, the emergence of the open world car game from, like, the aughts, you know, like, getting touched off of, like, GTA and, like, The Getaway. And this seeming to, like, take that, like, model and be like, hey, like, can you execute one of those as, like, a non-violent experience, I think is something that, like, a lot of players have, like, craved for, like, a long time. Because how many people do you know who are like, yeah, you know, in Grand Theft Auto, I just like to get a cab and then drive people around. It's fun. I don't actually do crime. I just buy and sell real estate and drive a cab. That's my life.
You should tell him about Abu Kasham.
I know, right? So, like, this seems to, like, be, like, more of, like, a focused experience in, like, a very tiny open world. Like, by just confining it to this little town on a lake, you know, like, you don't necessarily, like, have all of this, like, geographic sprawl, which means you can have a very focused experience while still giving people those, like, chill-out vibes of just, like, driving around in your, like, dedicated service vehicle. So I am very excited for Lake.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that's one that I think we're all looking forward to. The next game Rocky, I know you're going to want to come back and talk about Yokai-In.
Oh, yeah.
The next game I flagged was Kokopa's Atlas. You are a cat. You have a little friend. You are exploring the world, creating an atlas. It looks so cute. Little kitty in a little armor. Oh, if it's got a cat as a protagonist, I basically started here. Although I didn't start Pico, but that's a cat cafe sim. And I'm not so much interested in, like, the cat cafe sim right now. The next game I flagged was Letters. You are a girl. You have a pen pal. You control the story by changing the words she uses in her letters. Oh, it looks so cute. It looks super cute. It reminds me of, like, sort of like the poetry writing section for Doki Doki. But not a creepy existential horror crisis.
True.
Also, shout out to all the console players who are about to have their lives ruined by Monica.
Oh, God. Did you see the cover art for it?
Yup.
It's just Monica. She looks so good. I love Monica. I love Monica so much.
Has anyone checked on her Twitter recently?
She started following people who are playing Doki Doki Literature Club on Twitch. She has a Twitch. It's DDL_Monica. And, like, when you delete her save file, she complains in the chat. It's very good. Next game, we streamed the demo of this on our Twitch the other day, so check out the VOD. It is called Tracks of Thought. You are a little bug. You are on a train. You are trying to help other people solve their problems on this train with good communication skills. Different people respond to different forms of communication, and you use, like, a card battler system to determine the form of communication used and, like, the general vibe of the conversation. It was very cute. Very excited about that. Then Where OFK? Ooh.
I think it's actually We're Okay. Like,
We're Okay,
yeah.
you think?
It's like
you think
we
the
are
F is
okay.
silent?
So, like, I definitely saw the F, but, like, every write-up that I've seen for this game, they keep writing it as We Are Okay, instead of, like, We Are OFK. Even though I guess either would fit.
But that's not what it says! That's not what the game title says. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. So, We Are Okay. It's got great music, honestly, and that's what got me into it. For the music alone.
I think the characters are interesting. And, like, the
characters look cool.
And the writing seems pretty strong. I'm interested in his, like, you know, a playable visual novel.
The next game that I flagged was A Walk with Yaya, which is your grandma has had a recent fall. She is now, like, back to full health, and you are helping her regain her independence by taking her for a walk around the neighborhood. And, like, it's all black and white, it's all 8-bit, and when I saw some of the stuff that the grandma character says to the player, I might have cried a little bit. So, like, this is another game that's gonna make me feel things.
Yeah, I got the, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna cry. We're gonna sob.
Oh, God.
We're gonna let out some pent-up emotions, baby. Let's see. Then I flagged another one that's gonna make me cry, Please Be Happy. And that one's also, like, a visual novel style game where you are, like, a little wolf girl character. You're just having conversations with other characters and trying to make them happy. And, like, honestly, a vibe. Then I flagged Bear and Breakfast. You are a bear. You are fixing up an old, like, park station that is a B&B. You are a bear.
So, like, this showed up on, like, a Nintendo Direct a while back. But this one is, like, explicitly, like, a story trailer, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Because, like, the narrator and there's, like, other characters that are, like, a part of the world that, like, are beyond, like, I guess, like, the gimmicky trailer that we got at the Nintendo Direct a few months ago. So it's cool to see that, like, the world has some depth. And it seems to, like, point toward a main plot of, like, ultimately, like, restoring, like, not just, like, the bed and breakfast that you've taken over, but, like, maybe even the town around it, which, you know, could be interesting.
The vibe that I get off of Bear and Breakfast, and I don't know how helpful a vibe this is to say for folks who might not necessarily have played it, but it has, at least as far as the energy of the game goes, like a big sneaky Sasquatch feeling.
Yeah, I had that feeling too.
I'm not necessarily a person who's like, hooray, like, sign me up for every management sim, but like, I dug the vibe here.
I do want to say that I need unpacking right now. Right now. Right now. It's all my favorite things. Organizing and being nosy as fuck. You just unpack people and move them into different rooms in different houses, and like whatever's in the box, you have to make sure it goes in the right space. But you also, it said specifically in the trailer, you get to learn about these people's lives while you're unpacking their boxes. And I'm like, oh, show me your things.
Tegan?
It's the same reason I like going to estate sales, because like you get to go through everyone's houses and see what's up.
So this game, you are unpacking one person's life. You're going through the various moves of their life.
Ooh, yes. Show me their life.
So it's like chronological. Like the first move is in like 1995 when they're a kid. So you only have one room to unpack because it's just your room. You're a kid. You're not unpacking the rest of the house. Like that's your parents' business. So you'll like move them to college. You'll move them home. So you're doing the moves of this person's life. And I'm like, oh man, like the idea of like piecing together like the story of a single person's life from every one of their moves. That sounds a little bit like my jam.
I'm very excited to see, like, what stuff gets ditched. And what... There's gonna be one thing that comes from that childhood home all the way to the end of the game, and I want to know what it is. I have to know what that is.
Yeah.
I think that tells more about a person than, like, anything else in the room. What is the thing you brought from childhood? What is the thing? Show me the thing. Not the new things, like... If you, like, really loved He-Man as a child or whatever, and now you're an adult and you're recollecting old He-Man figures, like, that's one thing. But what is the thing you saved through everything else that you did not lose track of? What is it? I want to know. Anyway. Oh, I'm so nosy.
That's the call to action. Tell us your one childhood regalia that has followed you your entire life.
Yeah. Send it specifically to me. I'll keep the secret. But I want to know what it is. And then Rocky yelled at me as soon as it showed up that I had to play Moonglow Bay, which, like, he's not wrong.
Because Moonglow Bay is dope! Everyone should play it! God damn it, that game looks sick.
Is this another one where we're all in big? Like,
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Looks so good.
It's like part fishing, part Harvest Moon. It's just good. It just looks good.
All existential crisis.
Yeah.
A fishing town where you're the only one who can fish because everyone else is scared to. Like, God! Like,
I want to know why everyone else is scared to fish. I'm interested in that.
Yeah. Very exciting. I love the look of it, too. The cooking sequences seem, like, very engaging. Like, oh, God. Like, everything just... Piloting the little boat around. I want to pilot the little boat around. I want to pilot the little boat.
If you want to pilot a little boat around, Brian, you should be playing Genshin Impact right now for the summer event. Because they fucking captured those Wind Waker vibes. Anyway, okay. Back on task. Amber Island is a game where it is definitely not Animal Crossing because they are dinosaurs. And that is the difference between that game and Animal Crossing. Oh god, they're so cute. Oh, and you run a shop. Instead of Nook running a shop, you, the human, run the shop. And the animals come and buy things from your shop. And the animals are all dinosaurs. Yay!
Yeah, this wasn't the only, like, I guess, Animal Crossing-like in this year's Wholesome Direct. And, like, I think that I got taken by more than one of them. Like, I was like, oh, that one's cute. That one's cute. Tegan, did Season Spree click for you?
Season Spree.
Season Spree.
No, that one did not. Not in the same way, anyway.
Yeah. Like, I thought that Season Spree had, like, an interesting hook. If you walk to the right, time advances. If you walk to the left, time goes backwards.
I'll be able to tell you whether or not that's something I'm interested in once Chris Tales releases. Because that's kind of the mechanic in Chris Tales.
Chris Tales is almost here.
Okay, what else got your motor running?
The next game that they showed was called Woodoo. It is a puzzle game where you are given like a little 3/4 view of a room, and you have to put all of the pieces you have to match up like the colored version of the object with the solid white object version of that object in this room. And then when you're all done, it's a nice little colorful scene. It's definitely like along the same lines of that stained glass painting mobile game I was doing. You know what I'm talking about? The like paint by number sort of. It's like, felt like it's sort of like that, but it's more of a puzzle than that. So I'm excited. It's not available. It's not coming to PC though. It's only coming to Switch, which I thought was interesting. Because a lot of these other ones are on Steam, but that one is not on Steam. It's a Switch only.
No, it's currently showing on the site for the game that it's also coming to Itch.
Oh yeah, Itch. But it's not on Steam specifically. And then the last two that got my goat specifically were Shoshingo, which is a Japanese learning game where you take pictures of the thing. So they say a Japanese word, you take a picture of the Japanese word, and then you put it in your little notebook above the word. So it's like Pokemon Snap, but vocab.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for that as someone who is failing at studying Japanese. And then the last game that, like, got me going was Fire Tonight.
Yes.
Oh, the vibes, immaculate. The soundtrack, immaculate. The color palette, like, what's it called? Vaporwave. Yes. Color palette is Vaporwave.
Yeah, a lot of those purples and cyans.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Against, like, the dark blue. But yeah, that's what I limited myself to. Because there were two. A Little to the Left looks fun, too. But that's like it says it's a puzzle game. But it's definitely like an OCD kind of straightening game.
Right.
Where, like, you have to put everything exactly how it's supposed to be, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. You have to line up all the little pictures and put all the pencils in the right order, and I love that shit. Organizing! It's fun! There were so many good games.
I was surprised that Beast of Maravilla Island did the surprise out now drop on the Wholesome Direct.
Mm-hmm.
Good for them, honestly.
Yeah, like, because with a lot of these indie showcases, just because of the way, indie stores are structured, there's so much value to people wishlisting your game. There's all this incentive to, like, hey, we're not out now, and the reason that we're out now is that we're trying to get a bunch of people to wishlist the game, so that way we don't get buried by Valve's algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, here comes Beast of Maravilla Island and be like, hey, we're out now. Not only are they out now, I was bowled over by their price. Like, I was fully expecting that to be, like, a $30 game. Mm-hmm. And so, like, hey, we're out now, and we're $9. Was a big-ass surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky, so many cooking games. Every time I saw a cooking game, I thought of you. How did you feel about lonely ass living in Tokyo Hot Pot for One?
Hot Pot for One seems like it'll be cool.
Yeah.
It's also like $4 or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually really want to play Recollect. I think like using like light as like a sparse like navigation mechanic could be cool.
Mm-hmm.
We did play a couple demos from this. So those are on the VOD, like Alicon, which is Pokemon Snap except with magical dream creatures. Shit. I already...
Grumbo forever.
Oh yeah, Grumbo's actually great. We played... I know you already...
Button City.
Oh yeah, Button City, where you're just like a cute animal going to the kids' day at the arcade. That was cool. And like it actually had like a fully fledged like minigame in it. Had someone go on a full like conspiracy like rant, but I'm just like, you know what? Honestly, they're just trying to get it out, and maybe they'll play on my team. I think I can use this energy. It'll be great.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the eventual goal of Button City is you fall into like this like large story about saving the arcade.
Cool. And
like I'm so here for that. Like that sounds like a lot of fun. Cloud Jumper really got my motor running.
I guess that.
Yeah. That's fair. That seems like you.
I don't know whether they're unpredictable or just diagnosable.
Well, Brian, you share so much of yourself on your podcast. We can generally track your steps at this point.
Okay.
Sometimes you surprise me still.
Mm-hmm.
But like Cloud Jumper just, I was like, yes. The way it seems to like treat like the sky as a place of wonder, the character design.
Mm-hmm.
That Dog Fox boy is a good boy. Man, there was so much at the Wholesome show. Like, I really loved the Wholesome show. It has been one of my favorite shows thus far. Like,
yeah, honestly.
I thought that they absolutely just like nailed the vibe. It was a good length. It was a good pace. Like I thought that the mixture of deeper dives and just like shorter slices was good. I thought that Paparazzi, the taking pictures of puppers game, like so many photo games and cooking games are the order of the year. And the paparazzi game about dogs. Looks like a shit ton of fun.
I actually really like Dordong, or Dordogne, where, like, you're putting together, like, a journal of, like, memories of the summer, but you do so with, like, photos and, like, images and, like, poetry. That one's really cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do need to play Clawfish, but that's because of my own personal fascination with claw machines.
I would like to watch you play Clawfish, please.
Hell yeah. We'll put it together. I'm trying to get a friend of mine to stream Power Wash Simulator because he's a new dad. And so, like, I want to, like, have him rant about living the dad life while, like, also playing Power Wash Simulator. I think that could be good for everyone involved. Book of Travels looked cool. I talked about Outbound Ghosts with, like, the crew earlier, but, like, it finally got its debut here. And, like, I'm really interested in what this game ultimately will be.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's like, its writing looks like it's really good. I have questions about Dreamland Confectionery that I can't answer right now, so I'm paying attention. Same thing with Lone Farm. We played Game Director Story, which, like, probably didn't have the tightest writing, but I think has an interesting concept. But it does look like their goal at the moment, at least after doing their survey, is that they want to, like, crowdsource, like, their anecdotes about, like, game dev to, like, turn into a story, which I'm concerned about the ethics of, but it's a whole other thing.
Dreamland Confectionery, there was a part of my brain that I haven't felt stir in some time when I was, like, looking at that, Rocky.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And that part of the brain was the Battle Chef Brigade part of the brain.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Battle Chefs!
Yeah, just like that kind of, like, genre fusion where, like, the cooking is, like, advancing these other types of genres.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, if you manage to get this right, like...
It'll be real good.
I will be your guy. I will be your guy.
I'm also interested in Floppy Nights. The aesthetic is good, and I like tactical games. But their One More Thing, which was Lottlenaut, which is like an underwater, like, sea cleaning type of deal in the style of, like, Pikmin, seems cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking forward to more from them. They also announced their Kickstarter, I think, at the end of the show.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to specifically call out what Skatebird had to show.
Oh, the accessibility options?
Right, because that was something which I saw come up in a couple different presentations this year where somebody was like, hey, like, we realize that there are people who might want to engage with this kind of experience, but, you know, like, the reflexes aren't what they used to be, or they have accessibility concerns. Like, how can we address those? And just, like, the depth and scalability of the accessibility stuff being added to Skatebird just looks super great. And, like, leading with that just reminded me how much I just want Skatebird to come out.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But overall, I thought the Wholesome Direct was a wonderful show.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fantastic.
It was very good.
It was just banger after banger.
Up until this moment, this was my favorite show of the season so far. I think that's just what we're going to have to call it now. We're just going to have to call it the season.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking Bridgerton or something.
God, what's the next chronological show? What are we doing?
The next chronological show is Ubisoft.
Ah, shit. That's right. Okay. So, fuck Ubisoft. All my homies hate Ubisoft. Or Ubisoft? Ubisoft?
All the homies hate it.
Ubisoft.
Well, we talked about this incredible show that was chock full of really interesting games to interact and play around with. Ubisoft decided to take a much more focused approach to shove shit down our throats for the next 40 minutes. The first game that they showed us was their new squad-based PvE loot shooter, which is Rainbow Six Extraction, where you play as the siege operators repelling an alien threat that's, like, scattered around the planet or whatever. But the thing is that unlike Siege, where, like, you play the game, you just have all the operators or whatever, you have to rescue each individual operator, and that's how the game surfaces multiple mechanics to you. And so, like, you basically have to, like, unlock old Siege operators to play with them, and then you have to level them up for them to be, like, relevant, which is a whole shit, and it's just like, I don't care. Like, get this shit away from me, man.
Okay. Just, like, looking at the way that, like, the character mechanically interacts with the world, like, what you're fucking doing in this video game, you know, what really stuck out for me was I was like, oh, so what you're saying that this game is a Rainbow Six game in branding only.
Right.
You know, like...
Like, this is the Division Rainbow Six. Like, we want their money, too.
Yeah.
Right. So this is where Ubisoft doesn't want to have a show where they're like, hey, try our new video game Extraction, because we're afraid that none of you would buy a video game called Extraction. This is the fudge M&Ms of fucking video games. Fuck this.
Yeah.
Just...
And then, you know, they made the wet dream of every shirtless guy you met in the quad in college, which is Rocksmith Plus. It's a new subscription service where you can play Rocksmith with all your favorite songs, which will inevitably not actually have all your favorite songs. You'll have tabs, and the tools seem actually pretty decent, but it looks like that they're turning it into like a social network with like forums and stuff. So like, I'm just counting the days until it becomes a dating service, and I'm not down. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to report on it. I'd rather not know that this thing existed.
Rocksmith Plus literally came out in the wrong year.
Yeah.
This should have come out 2020, right around like March, April, May, when people were like, oh, now that I'm laid off, I'm going to pick up some hobbies. Like, that's when it should have come up. This is a year too late. This is absolutely a year too late.
Yeah, they fucked up.
I'm going to go further.
Yeah.
Y'all remember back on the Xbox 360 when they released Uno and it like used your camera on the Xbox 360?
Oh, yeah.
And people were like, hey, I'm going to like gather up like all this weed that I've got. And I'm going to put it on the coffee table in front of me just so that way people know how much weed I've got. Or like, what if I have my special lady friend give me a blow gibber while I'm playing Uno on my Xbox 360? And like, for a while, Uno on the Xbox 360 was this like horrible nightmare Wild West where like the craziest shit was going on. You're like, look, I'm just here to play Uno, but this guy wants to make sure that I know he's doing rails of coke with no shirt on. That is the vibe I get off of Rocksmith Plus. Just like they got to know I have all the coke, right? How are they going to know if I have all the coke if I don't do all the coke in front of them? They mentioned like check out like, and you can create new arrangements of songs in the Rocksmith library, and I'm like, oh god, like just.
I'm gonna teach people how to play Hey Jude wrong on purpose as a joke.
Yeah. Like, I can't wait as part of my special subscription service to create a new fucking arrangement of. I need to just be like, she's a GDB, just like.
Oh god. Teach a whole new generation like how to play like fucking Paint It Black in a major key.
Oh god.
I mean, okay,
to be fair,
if you actually got Rocksmith and actually were able to learn how to play an instrument from it, congratulations to you.
Right.
You don't need this game.
No, not really.
Not at all. Use your skills.
It was a game so annoying that it inspired me to, like, as it was being presented, to manufacture a meme. Like, it was that annoying.
So, fuck. I'm going to leave Rocksmith Plus alone. I'm going to talk about one of the few bright spots in this presentation, which is Riders Republic.
Yes.
Which is a massively multiplayer online extreme sports game. Like, if you want to mountain bike, you can mountain bike, bro. If you want to skate, you can skate. You want to snowboard? Go for it. Go fucking nuts. You want to hang glide? You want to race drones? You want a jetpack? Let's fucking go, bro. And, like, it's almost certainly going to crash. Like, it's going to be a huge, like, crazy mess, like, whenever it actually releases. But if it runs smooth, this may be one of the greatest games that ever have been made.
The thing that gives me the biggest fear, Rocky, is I remember just, like, how much Ubisoft shit the bed on Steep.
Oh, yeah.
And when they're like, hey, check out Steep. And I was like, hey, on paper, Steep looks fucking fantastic. And they're like, we know it, but just watch us Ubisoft all over it. So, like, yeah, if they come remotely close to sticking the landing here, then, like, I will be very excited.
I'm going to be there for the alpha. I'm doing it on PC. Apparently, they're offering it on Stadia, so, you know, take that as you will, I guess.
I do want to say one thing. I counted during the presentation, and Ubisoft in total only showed us 5 new games.
Right.
So, like, meh.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about fucking Ubisoft now, is that they've said this repeatedly in their financial disclosures, is that their profit model now is ongoing support for existing releases.
I'm not actually mad about that.
I'm not mad about that, but, like, no offense, you don't need your own stage for that.
I'm not so sure.
I disagree.
Don't think so.
Yeah.
Ubisoft inevitably brings out shit that, like, I'm never gonna care about. And, like, they may do that for 6 years. That's entirely fair. But I think, like, some of the things that they do, like, usually whenever they show up to talk about Rainbow Six Siege, it definitely could be parsed as something saying, hey, Rainbow Six Siege is a going concern. But they usually always have news. Like, imagine if, like, I don't know, Innersloth was bought by Riot, and, like, Riot talks about League of Legends, Valorant, Legends of Runeterra, and Among Us every year. And, like, maybe they talk about a couple of new games, but they usually talk about, like, new content updates or, like, new mechanics that they're introducing and stuff. That wouldn't be that terrible of a thing if they did it every year. Like, I mean, sure, there'll be people that will always be bored with it, but, like, Ubisoft has decided that they're not super worried about those people. They're literally preaching to the choir.
Right. And Rainbow Six Siege, like, if they had not stuck with that, like, again, Rainbow Six Siege fell on its absolute face when it released. Like, it bombed. People were like, well, Rainbow Six Siege, it's shit the bed. And they proceeded to, like, update it and update it and update it and market it and talk to it and, you know, get close to the people who were playing and say, like, people playing this game, what do you want? And then giving them more of what they want. It's a game that bombed hard on release and is now the biggest line item on their financial disclosures.
Right. But yeah, there are some things that I'm never actually going to care about, like, you know, Just Dance. And Just Dance 2022, they said, is going to have Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels from Todrick Hall, which is a bop. It's a good song, but Todrick Hall is actually, like, openly a piece of shit. And, you know, like,
pop, though.
I don't trust it, but they're going to make a bunch of money off of it.
I mean,
so
on the plus side, like, we know we're not going to buy it. Like, you know who's going to buy it is, like, you know, little Sally's dad who wants a dance game for his kid on the Switch. And, like, you know. And then
I already know 3 aunts are going to buy this game, like, presumably for their kids, and they're just going to play it, like, by themselves on the weekend 6 months after.
Also, I feel like there is a significant percentage of revenue that comes from this game, or at least, I guess, mind share, not necessarily revenue, mind share that comes from this game, when there's a significant percentage of the streamers who are currently in the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category who are able to make enough money to purchase a seat on fucking Elon Musk's rocket when Just Dance comes out. And more power to them.
Fair enough. Teagues, you were saying?
I was just going to say, I hope that seeing Todrick's little thing as, like, a dude in heels, like, makes some kids feel like they can be accepted even if their parents don't accept them.
That could be cool.
Yeah, and you know, and Tegan, to be fair, Just Dance has transformed millions of lives.
God damn it, dude, you hate that line so much! Oh my god.
Our podcast has transformed millions of lives, and we don't even have millions of listeners, man.
They said that, and I exploded.
You did.
Like,
just
so like,
funny.
You did.
Oh, Christ. Just Dance has transformed millions of lives. God.
Millions.
All right. Continue, good sir.
They also showed a cinematic from Far Cry 6 where we get to see Giancarlo Esposito be a terrible father and order the murder of a bunch of people. They also announce, I forget what the actual name of it is, but it seems to be some sort of battle royale where you can play as the various villains of Far Cry 6 and try to kill each other. But I'm not sure. I wasn't paying that much attention. I didn't really care.
It was like the various villains of like the whole Far Cry series. They're like,
right.
You could be Joseph from Far Cry 5.
They particularly showcase the villains in 3, 4, and 5.
Right.
I don't think they said a name for it, though. I didn't see a name.
Whatever the hell this thing is, it's included in the season pass for Far Cry 6.
That's right, yeah. And then, you know, so there's that. It'll make money. And then the other thing, which would have been a huge surprise if it wasn't spoiled earlier that morning, is that there's a new Mario plus Rabbids game that's going to come out exclusively for Switch.
Oh, can we, before we go to the Mario plus Rabbids, because I know that we're going to devote some mind share to this, there's a few things that came before it.
Oh, did I miss stuff?
That you didn't necessarily touch on.
Okay.
Are you going to talk about the movies? Because I don't want to talk about the movies.
Well, Tegan, maybe I do. But that's not...
We are a gaming podcast. That is a banter topic. We don't have time for banter this week.
Tegan, we live in banter. This week is all banter. The thing that I guess I really wanted to beat on like Far Cry 6 topic was they also were just like, as they were sitting there like selling the season pass, like after they show us the Giancarlo Esposito like cinematic, that's when they were like, season pass! And they show us this villain thing, and they're like, I hope you like this villain thing, season pass. And then something that like they said when they were just like showing us this like, fuck it, here's the whole kitchen sink approach. They're like, do you like Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon? By the way, we're remastering it, and you're just gonna get Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon in the season pass. Like, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm like, I guess Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon is now old enough that it is a game worth peddling a remaster of, and just like, yeah, we're going to give this away as part of the season pass, just like, fucking blows my mind. And yes, I did want to quickly talk about like the Ubisoft like film and television initiatives, because Ubisoft seems like they fucked up so many things in this presentation, and we're so off-putting. But like, as a person who every week watches Mythic Quest, I fucking love that show, and I really hope that this presentation convinced more people to put eyes on that show. It's so good. Mythic Quest is good, y'all. Just like, give Apple $5 and binge it. Like, come on, just do it.
Yeah, I'm not giving Apple $5, dude. I'm sorry.
I will send you $5 to give to Apple.
I don't want that to happen. I don't. It's just whatever. It's ugh.
Werewolves Within, the movie they showed.
Oh right, Josh Rubin's thing.
Yeah, right. My favorite movie last year. Like, if you're a member of our Patreon, then one of the things on our Patreon feed was a thing where I went through favorite movies of 2020, and the thing that sit at my number one spot was a movie directed by Josh Rubin called Scare Me, starring Josh Rubin, Chris Redd, and Aya Cash, and it's fucking incredible. So good. And there was like lots of like, what will be Josh Rubin's next film? And it's this movie, Werewolves Within, that looks absolutely fantastic, and it's like just a few weeks away, and I couldn't be more excited. Looks like so much fun. Like, it definitely is his vibe as a filmmaker. I'm just so glad to see, like, Ubisoft, if they're going to be paying for people to, like, make film and television, not killing their voices as creators. I think that's all I have to say. Is that still too much, Tegan?
No, that's okay. That's enough. That's an appropriate amount.
All right.
So Mario plus Rabbids, right?
Yeah, Mario plus Rabbids, right.
There's a new Mario plus Rabbids, and apparently Nintendo decided to post a page dedicated to, like, the game that's going to come out for Switch. It's not quite an announcement, but it did get noticed, and it was published the morning of this show date. So pretty much everyone knew that this game was coming. This was actually also their one more thing. It was Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, where now we have galactic Mario and Rabbids. They're on a spaceship. They land on planets, and they're fighting a interplanetary threat that I can't remember. There are Rabbid Lumas and a Rabbid Rosalina. The characters have new weapons. Mario's sporting dual blasters. Luigi has a laser bow. Peach has a parasol that has a cannon over the top of it. You know, Rabbid Peach is still obsessed with selfies. But the thing about it is that while this does seem to be a strategic role-playing game, it doesn't look like it's grid-based anymore. It looks as if you can just kind of roam around open spaces while still making these kind of strategic decisions. Depending on who you ask or who you're talking to, it looks like this is the type of game that cannot run on the current Nintendo Switch, but will likely be whatever it ends up being called, a new Nintendo Switch exclusive.
I just don't see how there's enough horsies under that hood. I would love to be wrong. If, like, somehow this game comes up again during Nintendo's presentation, which is what the model was in 2017, you know, like the launch year for the Switch, where, you know, like, David Soliani did a cry, and we all loved him when Mr. Miyamoto told him, like, I very much like your game, and he just couldn't keep his shit together.
You know what, though? If Mr. Miyamoto told me that he really liked my game, I, too, would sub.
I would also sub, yeah.
Yeah. I very much enjoyed David Soliani's, like, quarantine beard and 1,000-yard stare. It's like, this is not necessarily the fresh-faced boy from, like, 5 E3s ago. But like, I dug the look, but I just don't see any way this thing can run on a Switch. I just don't. I absolutely think that this is your Super Switch, your Switch Pro, your new Switch, your Switch featuring Dante from Devil May Cry.
By the time this show comes out, you guys will know the answer to whether or not that thing has been officially announced or not.
It's not going to be announced. They said software. Maybe they one more thing us on the new Nintendo Switch. Fuck. Actually, this is like something they might do. Which Ron?
They will let us know. People will already know. We don't know. Don't come at us yet. Next week we'll know also.
Fuck.
And so didn't they tack on a true one more thing because they got one more thing to like, they wheeled out Yves Guillemot to be like,
oh, fuck. I forgot they had that guy on the show. Yeah. I actually don't remember what the last game was.
No, it was Avatar.
Avatar,
Frontiers.
That's right.
Of Pandora, the blue people Avatar.
I actually burned that out of my brain. I remember tweeting like, "Who told James Cameron about video games?" Holy shit! There's gonna be 10 of those movies for like the next 10 years. You know that, right? Like that's not going away. And like, oh god. It's not even going to be like, at least Marvel had like rotating cast that like eventually like grouped together. Like this is just going to be 10 fucking Avatar movies, bro!
You know what? If they were
do this.
Avatar movies and like good Avatar movies, maybe. But I don't need 10 blue people movies. The first was beautiful. And then dumb.
Yeah.
That's okay. So overall, I think our consensus on Ubisoft was it was the most boring show. Like, I know I personally tweeted, like, I could have taken a nap instead of watched this show. And known everything that I knew afterwards.
I was like, just hate tweeting the show, so I didn't have fun. I didn't enjoy it.
I feel like the only things I really needed from Ubisoft were Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope and Werewolves Within.
You know what's really funny? I have here the 2019 list of Ubisoft titles. I have it.
Okay.
We got that was where we got Watch Dogs Legion announcement.
Right.
Rainbow Six Siege Phantom Sight, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, Elite Squad on mobile, The Just Dance, which was coming out on Wii and we all flipped.
Right.
For Honor, Shadows of Hitokiri, Rainbow Six Siege Quarantine, and then we all went into quarantine. Roller Champions, and it was the initial trailer for Gods and Monsters, which we know did not stay Gods and Monsters.
Oh shit, what happened to Roller Kings? Like, that was supposed to be like their new esport,
Roller
right?
Champions dropped that day.
Right.
The alpha did.
Mm-hmm.
I have not heard anything since.
Right. Damn. That's wild. Rip them, I guess. And maybe they're still working.
Yeah, and
who knows?
We still haven't seen that pirate game that they announced like
The
4 years ago,
pirate game
5
is
years
never
ago.
coming out. The pirate game will come out when Winds of Winter comes out.
It's gonna be branded as Rainbow Six.
Oh my god!
Siege Pirates.
It's gonna be Rainbow Six Siege High Seas or Rainbow Six Siege Mediterranean or something.
Rainbow Six Siege Bilgewater.
Oh god, yeah.
Rainbow Six Siege Splinter Sea.
Rainbow Six Siege Scurvy Edition. The Scurvy.
Yar, we have to go find Rayman's hidden treasure.
Oh, fuck.
Christ.
God damn it. Fucking Ubisoft.
We just made that game better.
Whatever they were
Ubisoft,
doing.
call us about your pirate game.
Alright, so Brian, bring us some meat and potatoes. Let's do this. Come on.
All right. And by meat and potatoes, do you mean the chili dogs, my friend?
Absolutely not. Those things look nasty.
They did look bad, actually. Holy shit.
They looked real bad. So next up on the docket was Devolver Digital.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, this was the 5th year. Like, I sat there, I counted my fingers. I'm like, how many of these things have I watched? And, like, this show was very, very new. This show was only months old when the very first one of these things happened.
Yeah.
Back in, 2K17. And I remember, like, the first time there was one of these things, it was on at 11:30 at night. And I remember messaging Rocky on Facebook, because that was how we used to communicate then.
Just
And be
me
like,
and
oh
Brian
my
just
god,
yelling
Rocky,
in
are
the
you...
chat.
just like, are you watching this shit? Are you what? Like, and there's like 3 hours of us being like, did you just see that? There's people wrestling in cardboard now.
I woke up the next morning and I was like, what?
Did that one guy just shoot another guy with a BB gun?
The next morning I was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And you were like, the Devolver Digital thing. And I looked online and I was like, none of that happened. What are you talking about? And I was like, did they have a shared fever dream? What the hell?
Tegan really tried to gaslight
I
Gatekeep
did
girl bosses
not.
for real, though.
It just wasn't on the thing that they posted on YouTube. I feel like if I had tried to gaslight Gatekeep girl boss you, though, I would now work at Devolver Digital.
Oh, fuck.
And so we definitely checked a look because I feel like at this point the Devolver Digital shows are a joke about the Devolver Digital shows.
Right. They're very meta. It's like Community.
Yeah, like, because 5 years ago it was like, hey, whatever, fuck it, like, we have no money. Check out our scrappy little show because no one will pay attention to us. And, like, Devolver Digital is about to go public next month, and their anticipated price is $1.5 billion. And so, like, it's very hard to be like, hey, we're scrappy and have no money when you're worth $1.5 billion. And so, like, their show definitely looked expensive as fuck. Like, the amount of, like, custom sets and, like just the production value on their E3 showcase, like, does shit, like, put Ubisoft to shame. You're like, Jesus Christ, these rank amateurs over here with their fucking skiing game. Yeah. And so, like, there is this ongoing narrative about this, like, character that we've been following now for 5 years. Nina Struthers, man. Like, she's a fucking E3 icon at this point. And, like, each year, the first thing that I keep track of is like, what is the Dave Lang joke this year?
Yeah.
And they got it out of the way right at the top when we see that Devolver Digital's headquarters are at the Dave Lang Memorial Campus. God bless.
Oh, that's so good. I just like that Mark is still around. Like, shout outs to her.
Yeah. First off, I just want to get some vibes from you guys. Like, I don't know. Like, I went into this show expecting to not be charmed. Like, I was like, I'm grumpy. I went in with my arms folded. Like, I'm prepared to not like this year's Devolver show. Like, this is the one. And then they got me. Like, I even put here in my notes. Like they still got me. Like, how did y'all feel?
Before, like, going in, I mean, I was not grumpy, but I was like, usually their jokes are about punching up, and that's what makes them great. But, like, they're up there now, right? So what do they have to joke about? What are they really going to do? And I think they found good targets.
It means that they can punch sideways now. They can punch their peers.
Yeah, they can. And, like, we hate those clowns anyway, so yeah.
Right. And so, like, on this show, we have been for months. Like, even before it got cool, we've been yelling about NFTs.
Yeah.
Like, I was so happy when we were on this show yelling about NFTs before everyone was yelling about NFTs.
Not to be hipsters.
When they rolled out the non-fuck-withable tape, my heart.
Found the fucking listing. Someone bought it for $1,000. Like, they just did. Like, before the
like,
show was over.
Here we go. That thing was gone in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It was just, like, out.
Yeah.
The ugly suit lasted slightly longer, but is also gone. Okay. What did y'all think of, like, the Nina getting, like, shot up in the neck with horse speed?
I mean, it was ridiculous, but not quite as ridiculous as her, covering herself in, like, copious amounts of hand sanitizer just all the way up to her biceps. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like, and being carried around on, like, Jesus, like...
I like that they had
both
the buff
so
man
much
and
about
buff
it.
lady. I think that was cool.
Yeah, like, the spectacle of these shows, and they also understand, like, the value of, like, recurring thematic jokes, and, like, the Devolver shows are always, like, very, very tightly written. It's weird that, like, these E3 shows, like, have a good idea, like, have how much value there is, like, deeply idiosyncratic writing, and the first time that Nina said, check a look, I was like, it's like, I'm coming home. Like, they know how much we wanted to, like, we needed to check a look. And just, at this point, Nina Struthers telling us to check a look is a thing that we do every year. And it's just like, I'm like, I would probably buy a shirt that says check a look at this point. And I'm like, I'm a fucking mark. I'm a dirty mark.
You are.
A dirty bad mark. Like,
I'd like to work for their marketing department. I feel like that would be really fun.
I feel that.
Yeah.
I know there's a couple of people, like Clara Cia, like recently like joined their team, and she's having a really great time.
the chili dogs, the recurring visual of chili dogs, like throughout the show.
The chili dogs were fucking gross.
I feel like the chili dogs were a joke. Was that a Sonic the Hedgehog joke?
I think so, yeah.
I'm almost certain it's a Sonic the Hedgehog joke.
I think her shooting up the horse speed and then having the chili dog, I think that made it, like, very identifiably a Sonic joke.
Mm-hmm.
I did miss, Linda Masters as portrayed by Lacey Hannon, but that may... Okay.
Go ahead,
I know
Brian,
who I
just
am.
do
I'm
it.
so
Just
sorry.
do it. Come on.
I'm a deeply horny person.
We know.
Yeah, we know.
Jesus.
You and
bad.
Randy are both
okay.
deeply horny. We've talked about it.
Yeah, that's true.
I am our only non-horny person.
And I was like, yeah. And then
You keep us balanced, Tegan.
providing the non-horny representation to the show.
Yeah.
But I guess I can live without, Lacey Hannon being represented on the show. Apparently, she is currently pregnant, so congratulations to her.
Congrats.
And that is why there was no Linda Masters.
Okay.
So, overall, the whole vibe, and they, rattled off their various, joke bits they've done over the years. And, one of the things that, the Nina Struthers character said is jokes that could be funny, but are not because they make you uncomfortable because they seem weirdly prescient. Like they could happen at any time.
Yeah.
And that's definitely part of the Devolver vibe. There's, this gallows sensibility to it where, they're kind of looking to the future of games. And the whole, structure of the show was about subscription-based gaming services that provide no actual value to get you access to games that you don't actually play.
Right.
And I feel like they really nailed it because, there's so many people who are like, please look at my army of games I have access to. And it's like, oh, yeah? You play any of those? No.
Look at you,
Look at you,
Steam. Fucking summer sale.
Yeah.
Right. And, the Steam summer sale, and I am so glad I've, broken myself at that, or, the Steam summer sale comes and I'm like, time to buy 300 games and play none of them.
Right.
They know what they're doing. Fuck them. And they did another bit other than that, just kind of talking about the bits before talking about the games that I want to talk about. There's a thing which has been rising in the video game industry in the last couple of years. And it's gotten so bad that a couple days ago, Kelsey Lewin, the owner of Pink Guerrilla Games in Seattle, absolutely just fucking snapped and did a tweet thread on it, which is this idea of physical games becoming this ridiculous collector market, which the game cartridge or disc or whatever doesn't really even exist as a game object anymore, and it only exists as an object for shithead speculators. And so Devolver did a joke about this thing, right? This emergent market. Obviously they've had this Devolver thing in the can now for months. They've apparently finished filming it 2 months ago. Mm-hmm. And so 2 months ago, they filmed a joke about this. And the joke is all right, and you have a limited amount of time to pre-order Demon Throttle, which is coming out physically. And it'll never be online. Yeah. And so kind of pulling back the curtain here a little bit. Number one, Demon Throttle will be up for pre-order for 90 days.
Right.
A little bit longer than 90 days. And it's an open pre-order. And also, the developer, Doinksoft, did not sign over rights in perpetuity to Devolver. So, the rights revert to them, once Devolver's distribution period expires. Mm-hmm. And also, the rights are also confined to the platform that Devolver got rights for, which is, at this time, video game consoles.
Right.
Devolver has the video game console rights to this game. They do not have the PC rights to this game.
Or the mobile rights.
Meaning that, the likelihood that at some point Demon Throttle will be available on another console after those rights expire, or available digitally after those rights expire, or even available digitally as a PC product, that all exists. Because, this is Devolver doing a joke about ridiculous scarcity. But the day before the Devolver showcase happened, another company, Super Rare Games, announced that they were going to be launching a label called Super Rare Shorts, which are physical games for the Switch, which are available for pre-order for 30 days only, where the devs sign over the distribution rights for the product lifetime in perpetuity. So, like, back to Devolver saying, like, our jokes could be funny, but they oftentimes feel too prescient or like something that could happen. The thing that Devolver made a joke about literally happened the day before their show.
Right.
When Super Rare is like, we're releasing games, they'll be physical only, they'll only have a 30-day pre-order window, and we have the rights to the games forever.
Don't you absolutely hate it when Apollo gives you with foresight? Just absolutely beams you with a softball of foresight.
Oh. So I just kind of want to take this moment to say, fuck Super Rare Games.
Super Rare Games is really making their games super rare.
Yeah.
I think that video games should maybe be, video games and not just shelf candy. Like, what the fuck? Like, I can understand people who want a physical object as a totem, like Tegan does, where she's like, I connect with these things emotionally, so I want to have a thing. But she still plays the fucking video game.
Yeah, I play the video game.
Right.
I prefer physical because I'm afraid that by the time I get around to the digital game, it will no longer be available on the platform that I choose to play it on.
Mm.
But these people who are like, please purchase these things that you will never remove from the shrink wrap, just like, oh, God. But, okay, so to the subject of this joke, the physical game that Devolver announced, Demon Throttle. Demon Throttle immediately charmed me. They like, check out Demon Throttle, and the first thing they show is a cutscene, which shows like a woman in what is obviously like the throes of passion, and then like a big nasty demon, and then a cowboy who has a bandana over his mouth and hit the bridge of his nose, and he has this like great kind of like digitized raspy voiceover, and he goes, "That demon kissed my wife," or something. And I'm like, oh man, I really hope this game looks as fun as this fucking cutscene does. And then they started showing us game.
And it looked as fun as the cutscene did.
It did. Oh my gosh.
Brian, just wait. It sure did. And put a big old cowboy hat on.
Man. I immediately had to open up 900 browser windows and buy this video game. So at some point in 2022, I will be able to check a look and play Demon Throttle. It was available in 2 different editions. The one which is just like the game case, and then a collector's edition. I was like, fuck it, I'm all in. Give me the collector's edition. So I was actually thinking about buying a couple other copies of just the regular edition, so that way whenever this thing eventually comes out, we can give them away on the show. Because I'm like, this seems like fun. This seems like fun.
I mean, if you want to.
I'm not talking about like buying like boatloads of these things, but like maybe 2. That could be fun.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, if you want to. If you
Yeah.
think that'd be fun. Would that be fun? Call to action! First, send me the thing that you brought from... You don't have to send me a picture. Just tell me the thing that you brought from your childhood home up to now. And second thing, tell Brian whether or not you would like a chance to get a copy of Demon Game from us. Devolver Demon Game.
Rocky, I think this one also resonated with you.
Yeah, Demon Throttle looks great.
Yeah. I think you also got in the queue.
I did. Yeah, I got the collector's edition.
So
Let's see.
they showed some stuff that like had already been shown at other shows that like continue to resonate. Like Phantom Abyss still looks great. Doesn't matter where you're showing it. I want to fucking play it. I want to play it right now.
Mm-hmm.
They showed Death's Door again. Like I'm sold. So like stuff that they showed, which I hadn't seen. So they showed a game called Wizard with a Gun. And Wizard with a Gun is, I think, the most like Supergiant ass looking game that Supergiant has never made.
Mm.
There's something about like the aesthetic of the game, and then they play this music, and the music has this like Like, there's a very distinct sound to Supergiant soundtracks. And, like, I'm just looking at this, like, wizard with a gun game, and it just kind of feels like the other path they could have gone down after Bastion, right? And I'm like, this looks cool. And there's, like, a certain measure of, like, cheeky silliness to it. It's like, you're a wizard with a gun. And I feel like I'm already on board with wizards with guns now, you know, after the Tiny Tina Wonderlands reveal. Like, I think we're entering a wizard with gun phase. But this looks fun. I'm not sure if in the long run this is a game that can keep my attention. Because they're like, it's online co-op sandbox survival. I'm like, wow, so many of those are words I don't like. But we'll see.
It reminds me of Roma the Mad God, but like more condensed and with a better budget.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, I was more excited about the animated part of the trailer than the actual gameplay trailer.
Yeah, I get that.
I just liked how expressive the little glowing eyes were and stuff. And like, you don't see that as much in the actual gameplay footage.
Yeah, I can see that. They also showed a game called Inscription, which checked all my boxes, which is from the developer of Pony Island, which is a game which will happily fuck you up for life. And it's a horror deck building roguelike, and it promises to be a game about horror games. And so, like, I wouldn't expect the guy who made Pony Island to make anything that wasn't, like, metatextual and about games media. So, like, that sounds like an interesting promise. Like, because if somebody's going to, like, dissect genres, dissecting horror games, which is an older concept, and then deck building roguelikes, which is, like, very much a new vogue, sounds interesting. Has, like, kind of a cool look. They also showed this thing which, like, it was called, like, Devolver Tumble Time, which was a mobile game, and I couldn't tell if it was entirely just intended to be, like, a joke about how mobile games are bad or not. What did y'all think?
I don't want to talk about Devolver Tumble Time. It makes me feel icky inside.
Because I do a lot of mobile games, I'll probably check it out, but I don't think I'm gonna like it.
So I guess that was that show. Like, I mean, there were a couple other things they showed. They didn't particularly rub my rhubarb.
Terra Nil looked cool. So did Trek to Yomi.
Okay. I mean, they did. I mean, and that's why I lead the conversation on the show. But other people can have things rub their rhubarb.
I'm not attacking you. It's fine.
I know you're not.
Jesus. Terra Nil is like, you know what it is? It's what Civilization After Earth should have been. It's a game about like terraforming like a new planet, but it's done in like beautiful 16-bit like pixel art. But like the way that the mechanics like fit together, like the things that you're using to terraform the planet, and also like, you know, like return the planet back to its like natural state, which I don't understand why you would do yet, but I'm sure there's a mechanical reason. Plays a bit like City Skylines in like the level of interactability of like these items on like the map itself. And so like you have like this mixture of like terraforming and like sort of like culling and like expanding like wilderness. It looks really, really cool. And it's very pretty. Trek to Yomi just seems like a fun thing. I like, you know, singular like the Journey games, and so like I'm down to fuck with it.
Something that I don't think any one of us mentioned, and I want to just call out in a negative way, is I really, really wish that Devolver was done with the Shadow Warrior franchise. At this point, like, that series just does nothing but make me uncomfortable.
Which one's Shadow Warrior game? Is that the one that, like...
That's the first-person shooter with heavy doses of Orientalism.
Oh, yeah, but people keep fucking buying those. You gotta get them to stop.
Yeah, we sure do. Next up chronologically was, I guess, Future of Play, which was a real tiny show.
Mm-hmm.
Future of Play was like, hey, everybody, do you have 15 minutes for us? Which I thought was, like, nice. With so many of these shows being, like, an hour or longer, the shows which, like, seem to, like, conduct their time well, I really and truly appreciated. like Wholesome Direct, like landing at like 50 minutes felt good. What's weird is that like Ubisoft at 40 minutes felt like a interminable nightmare.
Because they wasted a bunch of time.
Right.
Mm.
To say nothing of like the Koch Showcase 2-hour plus presentation.
Oof.
Yeah.
So Future Play was like, hey, we're 15 minutes. One of the first things that they did on the show was to introduce a new developer. The developer is called Virtuoso Neo Media. And Virtuoso Neo Media showed off multiple titles that they have in development simultaneously. I was like, okay, these look cool. They showed off Radmitten, and Radmitten feels like a mechanical child of Windjammers with an aesthetic which is a child of Jet Set Radio. And
So it's a sailing game.
yeah, I felt very directly targeted by this sailing game. They also showed a game called Killer Auto, which is like a floaty futuristic racer. And one of the things that really jumped out about Killer Auto is that they have like a huge focus on the like highly stylized characters drive these futuristic vehicles. And like considering like how much people have like in recent years started to like get behind and like really build up in the fandom like the characters that are the drivers, F-Zero, I think that's like a very smart move from like a design perspective. I think at this point people like say Captain Falcon more than any given fucking like amount of flying that you do in F-Zero or racing. Like, so to make a floaty future racer where you're making it like very character focused, I think is like very, very smart. It looks like a lot of fun too. Mechanically, it looks like it shares more in common with Wipeout, so they've got me. They also showed Bravery Network Online, so I put in my notes here, it's a turn-based fighting game, which then Rocky highlighted in the notes. And you know what, Rocky? Say it.
What? Yeah.
Say it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Brian said it was a turn-based fighting game, and I said all fighting games are turn-based.
That's fucking ridiculous.
No.
That is a ridiculous thing to say.
No,
That is
it's
a ridiculous
not.
thing to
Brian,
say.
it's a stone cold
not.
fact.
No, it's not. He's right. He's right. Rocky's right, and he should say it.
All fighting games are turn-based.
It's just, you gotta figure out when it's your turn, and it's your turn when you land a fucking hit.
Right. Like, that's most of, like, what actually happens in, like, real, like, competitive fighting games with people who are trying to win. They're trying to find a moment when it's time for me to press my buttons. And there's a lot of things you can do to, like, observe or, like, create situations where it will be your turn. And there are some times when you take turns that aren't exactly yours, but if you land the hit, they're yours now. But fighting games are all turn-based. And, like, thinking about them that way is, like, one of the first steps to figuring out how to play them effectively.
Is Call of Duty turn-based?
No, actually it's not. Because, like, there is something like initiative, essentially, like when you mess with things like line of sight and whatnot, but they're not really tied to, like, a particular order because you're so dependent on the environment. But fighting games are turn-based because you don't have environmental hazards like that. The only things that you're interacting with is the tool set of your character and the opponent that's in front of you.
So if environmental hazards are a concern,
Mm-hmm.
if the thing that defines whether or not something is turn-based is environmental hazards, does that mean that Smash Brothers is or is not turn-based depending on what map you're playing on?
Sort of. It means that your initiative works very differently. But it's also part of the conversation of why some people don't consider Smash to be a true fighting game. There's arguments about, like, inputs and whatnot, but usually those are pedantic. But the way that, like, environment impedes on, like, your interaction with players is one of the things that brings into question its nature as a fighting game.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I'm not fucking with you. Like, I'm trying to talk to you, man. Jesus.
Okay. I get that.
Okay.
But I just feel like there is a certain measure of, I'm going to use a term here, it's going to be incendiary, I'm prepared for the grenades that will fly my way.
Sure.
I think there is a certain amount of FGC head up its own ass rhetoric that doesn't acknowledge that words have meaning.
Okay.
And words have specific connotation. Like, turn-based means something in video games.
Sure.
Like, there is a specific mechanical definition to something which is turn-based.
I agree with you.
I could say, like, look at Final Fantasy VI and look at Link to the Past and say, that game there has turn-based combat. That game there doesn't have turn-based combat because of the way I mechanically interact with the combat in those two games. There is nothing about fighting games which is strictly turn-based. Like, I'm not navigating menus and putting in fucking inputs.
Okay. See, that's the thing. Like, would you say that Final Fantasy VII is not turn-based? Come on. What do you want to talk about?
No,
Brian?
I know. No, Rocky, this is me legitimately thinking about that question.
Okay.
I'm not dodging an answer. I'm just trying to figure out what I think. Do I think that the action time battle system is turn-based?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So, what makes Final Fantasy VII turn-based? What I would say normally is that there is a certain point when it is your turn to act. But the thing is that the important thing that most people associate with turn-based fighting games, or turn-based games in general, is that the game tells you when it's your turn. Fighting games simply just don't tell you that. There are a lot of things that are managed if you think of like the way that your moves like execute as like something akin to like actions and cooldowns, and the way that you manage footsies as like a sort of indicator of whether or not you are able to execute your offense. But the game's not designed to tell you it's your turn to hit somebody. And so, like, it's hard to conceptualize them that way. I absolutely agree with that. But the truth is that there are some times when it is your turn to act and times when it's not. And there are times where you can finagle that a little bit depending on who's in front of you. But fighting games as a whole are actually just a sequence of turns and a fight for initiative.
Do you think that boxing is turn-based?
To some extent, yes. I think there are things that you have to consider the same way that you would in fighting games, like range and like speed and ability and the likelihood of like what your opponent is going to do at any given moment. And I think it's a lot easier to see like a trade as like an even exchange in something in boxing that is less so in fighting games because of simply how fast it moves. But I do believe that boxing is also ultimately turn-based.
Is Super Hot turn-based?
Maybe, but like, I don't know that much about the game, but I'm assuming that it's a turn-based game in which you, the player, exclusively control initiative. But once again, this is me not knowing anything about the game.
Okay. So, what I'll say is that I liked this turn-based fighting game.
For sure.
I thought it had a very, very cool look. I thought the character design was engaging. Something which is, like, I think fair criticism of a lot of fighting games, not all, obviously, but a lot, is that, like, the character design oftentimes doesn't feel cohesive. You're like, okay, there's, like, 8 of you people who make sense together, and then there's this one fucker with a plunger. What's his deal?
Yeah.
And, like, it doesn't look like there's any of that going on here. Like, there's no one fucker with a plunger.
Is there really, like, okay, so I do want to make sure that you're not saying that there simply are no joke characters. It just seems like the characters are aesthetically cohesive.
That's the one, yes.
Cool.
Yeah, kind of like how, like, if you go back and you look at Mortal Kombat 3 and you're like, why is Stryker in this video game? He has a gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He is literally a cop who takes out his gun and shoots people. Like, what the fuck is this?
It's actually most of my beef with, oh shit, what's her name? But there's a cyborg that they added, I think in Tekken, it's either 5 or 6. No, she's not a cyborg, she's an android. And like some of her like abilities like involve her like removing her head and then using it as a weapon. And it's just like, how the fuck are you in this game? Like, it's not bloody or anything because, you know, once again, she's an android. She just, like, pops the head off or whatever. Sometimes her arms turn into chainsaws and, like, it extends her range. And if you don't know what's coming, it's a whole thing. And the first time I played it, I was on acid. Maybe that's its own fault. You know what? Withdrawn.
Rocky, thank you for letting us come on that journey with you.
For sure.
It was a fun trip.
For us.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So, like, they did a good job of selling me on this game because, like, as soon as I was done watching the show, I picked up my Win 3 and I bought it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Because, like I think Rocky knows I keep on trying to find a way in.
Mm-hmm.
And this felt like one of the most promising babies onboarding.
For sure.
You know?
Did you ever play Gal Girls? Not Gal Girls. Fuck. What's the name? It's like the Fatal Fury carries. Is it called Fatal Cuties, or is that just the hat? Damn it. There was a game that they made that was like, with just like the female characters of like the Fatal Fury series. And like, it had like really simplified combos. You had to finish the game with a special...
Gal Fighters?
Gal Fighters?
Yeah.
I think it might have been Gal Fighters.
Yes.
It might have been Gal Fighters.
And it comes with the hat that says, if you buy the Deluxe Collector's Edition,
right. you
got a hat that said, yes.
Yeah.
Did Brian buy that game? Yes. Did Brian get the Special Collector's Edition that comes with the Fatal Cutie hat? Did Rocky go on record as saying, Brian, I'll fight you for that hat? He did.
I did. I still want that hat, actually. I love that hat. It's fucking dope. Fatal Cutie? Come on.
Yeah. It's a good hat.
Yeah.
It's a good hat. And, like, one of the things that I liked, and I continue to like about that game, is they put, like, definitive hard segments in the health bars for the characters.
Right.
Like, because it's so hard, like, in, say, like, something like Street Fighter, to say, like, Street Fighter does not signpost for you that Chun-Li has less health than Zangief.
Oh, no, they don't. Like, at all, actually. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they lie to you. They show, like, these equal-size health
They
bars.
just say 100%. That's all it is.
Right. And so, like, and that's true for most fighting games, actually.
Right.
It's like, here's a full health bar, here's a full health bar. And so, like, Rocky, is it fair to say that stuff like that is legitimately accessibility for people who are interested in the genre?
I think it's more onboarding than accessibility, but I understand your point.
Yeah. And so, like, when games, like, I guess, like, actively try to teach players about fighting games, I think that, like, there is again, something which the FGC often runs afoul of, is mistaking a scrub for a person who is just frustrated by the lack of available tools to learn fighting games. And, like, so, like, when somebody, like, deigns to, like, be the FGC mystic and is like, you just need to learn. You just need to lose. Losing is learning. And, like, and that's all they have to offer. It's like, fuck off. I've lost for fucking 40 hours here on my couch alone, and nothing has happened. They're like, that's right. And you'll lose for 400 more. And I recognize that losing is learning, but fighting games need to understand that learning is learning.
I think the bigger problem, and I agree there are significant bad actors that do things like that, but I think one thing that is frustrating to people who have, like, you know, crossed into, like, the world of actual fighting game mediocrity is that a lot of people, when they lose, the reason they don't get better is because they're not curious about their loss.
Right.
And, like, even, like, to the point where they simply decide that there's a reason that they lost and it had nothing to do with them. And all that does, like, even at, like, the highest level, just keeps you at a place where you can't actually grow. Like, if it's like, oh, they got a lucky super, like, that definitely, like, helps, like, soothe the mental wound of, like, that loss. But, like, if you don't ever question, like, why they were in a position to just do that kind of super, like, what advantage did they have by doing that in that particular moment, and what things that you had not considered that allowed you to be vulnerable at that time, which are all really hard questions to ask yourself, especially after a loss. Most people simply won't get better because it's not just that, like, reactions will carry you. Like, more often than not, like, the reason people lose in, like, significant or even close situations is, like, a knowledge failure. And while I do think that there are people that simply are cryptic and won't share that information, I do know that a lot of people simply don't ask questions that can help them learn. And that's also, I acknowledge, a really hard thing to do. It was a really hard thing for me to learn. But, like, there are certain things where I would just be bouncing my head against the same thing, but then I started asking better questions and I learned a lot more almost all at once.
I would love to see a fighting game that once you're done with a match, will turn on the Madden vision and give me a voiceover like, I'm John Madden, and I'm here to tell you what just you did with Zangief here. Now, he's a grappler, right? And here's the thing. Here's where you were setting yourself up for aerial attacks. Aerial attacks are the worst possible fucking thing. Every noob knows that aerial attacks are bad, but you're so shitty in this game, here's where you were giving him aerial openings. I want to see, like, it draws on screen with a pen, and it yells at me, and it talks to me about technique, showing me footage from the match that just happened.
I think I'd be interested in seeing that game too, but also, Brian, I'm pretty confident I could actually do that for you. Like, if there's a fighting game that you want to dig into, like, I'll dig into mechanics so I can know the specifics, but I can definitely coach you through fundamentals. I know I can do that.
Like, do you know that when Street Fighter V came out, I legit bought a fight stick? I was so excited.
We've talked about this before, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, if you're new to the show, that's a trauma of mine.
Yeah, I know.
Brian bought a fight stick. I was like, oh, okay, fight games don't want me. That's fine.
I do also feel like Street Fighter V actually has one of the worst onboarding systems, and it has some of the faster pacings. I am eventually going to pick up Guilty Gear Strive, and so I can probably try to, like, talk through that a little bit. And I do know they actually have a surprisingly in-depth training system that even has, like, character matchup specific stuff that you want to know, like, if you're fighting against a Mei, this is a thing that they're probably going to do. It's a very simple, very effective tactic, and you need to be aware when they're trying to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Man, we sure got some mileage out of this 15-minute show.
Yeah, I do want to say, like, I know I've said I blocked out 6 hours for recording, but I would like to finish before we hit the 6 hour mark because I really have to pee. So if we could, like, go to the next game so that we can end the show, that'd be great. Because I gotta pee.
Yeah, sorry, Tegan. Brian, what's Love Shore about?
Okay. Love Shore is a cyberpunk romance LGBT visual novel with a very strong vibe.
Dope.
I can't wait to play it. Next show.
Jesus. All right, Tegan, we're not just going to plug through super quick, but we are going to try and be mindful of time.
Yeah, I am kidding.
Okay, so the next thing was Gearbox. Mm-hmm. The most important thing about Gearbox is the picture I've included in the show notes. And if you are a patron of ours, you could see this photo.
That sure is a photo.
This moment made watching the Gearbox presentation worth. Rocky, Tegan, when you look at this picture, do you see two assholes, one asshole, or no assholes?
Two assholes, actually.
I say two assholes, but one is actively annoying the other one, and so that makes them the bigger asshole.
I see two assholes annoying each other. Like, I see a symbiotic asshole relationship. This is the yin and yang of assholes.
This is almost our entire podcast.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
It's always one of us doing a bit and the other one looking in the camera like, are you sure? Are you serious?
Oh, God.
You see, like, that's very aware, Tegan, because there's obviously three people in this situation because someone has to be holding the camera.
Right, exactly.
Oh, God. And so there is someone outside of frame.
Or not. Who knows?
So there is someone who is not Randy Pitchford, and there is someone who is not Kevin Hart, who is just sitting there going, oh, no.
Oh, my God.
It was weird to think, like, one of my favorite moments from E3, Summer Game Season, is this fucking moment with Randy Pitchford. Just, there was something about Randy Pitchford being like, high five! And then Kevin Hart being like, I'm going to make a look which just says, like, I wish you were dead. And just, what an energy. Love it. I'm going to use this to manufacture many memes.
For sure.
And now, based on Tegan's inspiration, a great many of them will be Impossible Coin themed. So, like, they did some walking around the set of the Borderlands movie, which meant that, like, I received higher than my yearly recommended dose of Eli Roth. There's Eli Roth directing the Borderlands movie.
Okay.
And, like, they talked a little bit more about Tiny Tina's Wonderland, and, like, I don't know, like, somehow I managed to care about Tiny Tina's Wonderland, like...
For sure, man. Have fun.
There's something about, like, that, and I think that, like, I'm not going to, like, jump in feet first without reading more. Like, I definitely want to, like, read some impressions of this game once it comes out before I commit to buying it or not. But there's something about, I guess, a game about a game. Like, a game about, like, role-playing and such, which is interesting to me. because there's things that happen in a tabletop space that wouldn't necessarily happen if you were just trying to like straight up tell a fantasy story. So telling a fantasy story which is about a role-playing game, I think allows for some very specific kind of storytelling. And the voice cast that they have for this game is like very interesting, and I dig it. So who knows? They also showed another game that Gearbox is publishing, which is Tribes of Midgard. This is an action RPG about guarding the seed of Yggdrasil, the world tree. And so like what happens is like you go out adventuring during the day and you bring stuff back to your village, and you then use the stuff that you've gathered out while you're out adventuring. And by the way, you can get your shit kicked in while you're out adventuring. Mm-hmm. But you gather stuff up, you bring things back, and you use the stuff that you bring back to like feed your village and to craft defenses around the world tree. So that way the game essentially turns into like a tower defense at night during the day-night cycle.
That sounds kind of neat, actually.
Yeah. This was the thing that was like made me say like, because I remember like committed to watching the Gearbox show. You guys were like, Brian, you don't have to do that to yourself. They're not going to show anything worth seeing. And between the Randy Pitchford, Kevin Hart high five moment and Tribes of Midgard, and it was nice to like, because it got more of a focus here,
right?
Which makes sense. One thing I will also say for Gearbox is they also recognize the value of keeping their show fast, keeping it short. Like the show was like, it was less than 20 minutes.
Okay, good for them.
Right. And if you're going to do a show and you don't have a lot to talk about, then don't keep me there for a long time.
Talking fucking Netflix.
So,
stream's fucking 2 hours long.
Oh my god, that weird siren. Like, hey, look, it's Lance Reddick. Lance Reddick. Lance Reddick is Wesker. Lance Reddick.
Oh, God.
Lance Reddick is my favorite.
Shame
and so,
an actor.
the last show from yesterday, I don't think we're missing any shows. I think we've actually come to the last show. Am I right here?
Mm-hmm. It's the last show.
Okay. Was the UploadVR showcase.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the first thing that really jumped out at me about the show is that, like, the show was covering releases for all major headsets. They were covering Oculus, they were covering Steam VR, they were covering PSVR, but it was, like, very, very clear that, like, right now there is a lead platform for VR, and that lead platform is Oculus, which makes sense considering that how big a company Facebook is and how much money they're throwing at it. They're just kind of like spending their way to the top of VR.
Mm-hmm.
Sure wish I had that kind of money.
Oh, God. Imagine having Facebook's fuck off money.
That would be fucking wild, yeah.
I would buy planes to throw out of planes.
If I had Facebook's fuck off money, I would literally have 2% of all millennial wealth in, like, the United States. So, like, millennials have, like, 5% of the wealth in the United States, and Mark Zuckerberg has 2% of that 5%. Like, everyone actually only has 3%, and Mark Zuckerberg has 2%. Fuck that dude.
Yeah.
They showed a new Sam & Max game called Sam & Max. This time it's virtual. And, like, it totally feels like classic Sam & Max. Like, I think those are even the same voice actors from the 90s. Like, they went out and dug up the Sam & Max guys.
Nice.
And one of the things that happens in the game is, like, Sam & Max are kind of, like, testing you to bring you on a case. And apparently you eventually get to the case, but before you get to accompany them on the case to solve, they test you with a series of, like, goofy escape rooms. And Sam & Max have always been comedy games, and so, like, they're doing bits about escape rooms. You know, like, there's Sam being like, are these things even fun? Like, do people enjoy these things? Like, they're like, the writing's very snappy. It's very sad. Like, again, like, I guess you have to be an old man like me to really care about this, but, like, it feels like Sam & Max. But, like, now you're hanging out with them and riding around in a car with Sam & Max, and they're still super cute, and they're still super funny. And they're just, like, super cash at the end of the Sam & Max, like, presentation. They're like, oh, yeah, and Sam & Max, this time it's virtual. is coming to Oculus Quest, and it'll be out on July 15th. Just like super cash. Just there you go. I'm like, okay. So we got a month warning on this game that I'll definitely want to buy. Mm-hmm. They also announced Sniper Elite VR, and this feels like one of the most natural translations for a game franchise to VR that I can possibly think of.
Yeah, I can't think of a better game to have in VR than a sniper game, honestly.
And, like, they made clear that this is still definitely fucking Sniper Elite. When you do the ridiculous shot, it goes into, like, this slow-motion bullet vision showing the ridiculous shot that you do. Like, so you still have the ability to, like, shoot off a person's testicle in this game. Totally preserved for the new VR experience. And I can't help but wonder, like, considering, like, how many moms across the land have bought fucking Oculus Quest for their kids to make them shut up. Mm-hmm. How many moms are like, you do what in that game? You shot off a man's balls?
And they're gonna be like, Mom, it's cool, it's Hitler!
I shot off Hitler's balls! So, like, I will shoot off Hitler's balls in VR next year.
You mean next month?
No, Sam & Max is next month. Sniper Elite is next year.
Oh, okay.
And they showed a game called Blockbuster VR. And it is a co-op game where you are a kaiju, you are destroying a city, and so you were like wandering around smashing buildings, swatting away like helicopters that are trying to, take you down. You are swatting away like various tanks and such. And I'm like, I am all for being Godzilla. So there seems to be like a measure of like designing your kaiju. And they were also doing like some winking and nodding with this game where there seems to be a measure of it like you're not actually a kaiju, and this might just be like those might be little wind-up toy tanks and toy helicopters, and what you were doing is you're just kind of like dressed up as a Godzilla, like breaking like a kind of like a little bit of a cardboard city. Like in some of the materials for this game, it says like cosplay is your favorite kaiju, and I'm like, okay, all right, I can kind of get behind this, so I'll track that one. Blockbuster VR also seems to be like right around the damn corner. They're like, Blockbuster VR, it'll be out in August. I'm like, okay, Jesus. They showed Sushi Bin VR.
For sure.
Coming next year. The restaurant game where you don't do any cooking. You wander the neighborhood and you convince people to come to the sushi shop. And like that's either accomplished by like picking up like favor requests and doing favors for people, which feels very Animal Crossing. Or there's also like quest chains, which convince like groups of people to come to the sushi restaurant. And so that is how you will save the sushi restaurant. And Sushi Bin VR is coming to Steam VR and Oculus Quest. Mm-hmm. Looks fucking great. Like, Rocky, we got to get you a headset by then.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Sushi Ben seems cool.
They showed Sentenced, which was here to make me uncomfortable, but I think was worth talking about. So Sentenced is about being an executioner in the 16th century. You are beheading people. You are swinging a sword to take people's heads off. And the game tracks the amount of money that you earn for performing executions, both the money that the government gives you and also the original dark tradition of people who are scheduled to be executed giving you a coin. So it tracks your money earned for performing executions. It tracks executions which are performed correctly. It tracks your botched executions. Also tracks the percentage of the player base that follow orders of the government without question. So, like, this game basically, the game realizes that what it's asking you to do as a player is, like, morally repulsive. And it is expecting at some point that you're going to, like, say, like, I just can't do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. It's like, okay, what players refuse to perform certain executions? It's going to track that across the entire player base. It also tracks how you interact with the cheering crowd. Like, do you acknowledge the cheering crowd? Do you wave back to them? Do you pump the sword? Do you pump the axe in the air? You know, that kind of thing. And in between each execution sequence, it offers, like, real historical records about the history of, like, law and order and executions in the 16th century.
Chun chung.
Yeah. The people of the 16th century are beheaded by two distinct groups. The people with swords and the people with axes.
Oh, I was going to say the people who accuse them of witchcraft and then the people with swords.
Witchcraft gets you burned.
And still executed.
Okay, fair
You
enough.
said executed. You didn't say
That's
beheaded.
true.
Brian, you have one more game.
Yes, and that game is Larcenauts. And Larcenauts was like, hey, everybody, would you like to play Overwatch in VR? I was like, that seems kind of neat. It's very hero-based. The premise of Larcenauts is there are two competing teams of thieves who are trying to perform a heist. And so, like, your team is trying to get the loot out first. So everybody pushing the payload. And Larcenauts is coming out June 17th, Oculus Quest. And it looks absolutely great. The only other thing I think that is worth mentioning, and I mentioned it because I brought it up during Skatebird, was talking about like accessibility as a selling point, like during presentations, was Pistol Whip, which is like the rhythm shooter game, was talking about like these different tools that they're creating to like scale user experience and difficulty. And they're like, hey, like we want to like be able to offer more, ways to engage the Pistol Whip fan base. And so like, here's things that we're offering to like scale difficulty. Like one thing that we've done is like, here's weapons that like automatically reload for you. You can control how quickly people shoot at you. If you want to increase difficulty, why not use a revolver that requires you to manually load every bullet into the revolver instead of using a clip? And then they're like, did you skip leg day and want to make up for it? Try bullet hell mode, where enemies will be spraying the ground with fire while you're playing, and so you have to periodically jump. And I'm like, Jesus God, oh no. And so like Pistol Whip like offering ways to like scale experience like so many different ways, and they're like, and you can combine, you can mix and match. And so if you want to like automatically reload but you want bullet hell, then you can do that, and you can create these like customized player profiles and share them, and then you can like remix levels to include like your specific parameters and put those shared experiences online. And they're launching all those features at the same time as they're launching like a new campaign for Pistol Whip, which is their like Old West themed campaign. And so like I'm excited to see that. So overall, like I'm really glad I watched the UploadVR show, because like there was a lot to see, and like it seems like the model with like promoting VR games is like, hey, this is going to be out like in a month or a couple weeks. Like it's very much not like, hey, this pirate game will never come out. It's this shit's coming out like tomorrow.
Everyone, this has been our show.
Yep.
We made it.
It's called Impossible Coin. I'm very tired. As you know, you can find us wherever podcasts are found, except for SoundCloud. Guys, can you hit SoundCloud for me real quick? Just one time.
Fuck SoundCloud.
Fuck SoundCloud.
Speaking of SoundCloud, the music at the beginning and end of the show is produced by our friend Big Sach. You can find him on SoundCloud at soundcloud.com/BigSachNJ. And if you want to talk to him directly, you can find him on Twitter at Hillary_Swank. Our logo is also a t-shirt, and it was designed by Lauren Moran. You can find her on Twitter at Lauren Moran. And, consider donating to her Patreon, because she does the good business. And if you want to see our exhaustive show notes, especially on this particular episode, you can find them on Patreon at patreon.com/ImpossibleCoinPodcasts, where you'll gain access to our artisanal show notes, our bespoke watch-alongs, and audio essays about things that we care about. And if you want to have a bit more personal conversation, you could find us on social media. I'm on Facebook and Instagram. Brian's on Twitter. Tegan's on Tumblr. It's all Impossible Coin.
I'm also on TikTok, man. I'm a TikTok king.
Brian's on TikTok.
Brian's on TikTok. We don't have an official Impossible Coin branded TikTok that I know of. But that's us. That's the show.
Peace.
Bye.
Later.